Just after 2 on a Wednesday, this is the Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, we got a busy day for you today. We got so much happening. You know, that Phils game last night was entertaining at the end, but holy mackerel. It was a ugly, ugly victory for the Phillies. We'll dive into it here on the Sports Bash from top to bottom, soup to nuts. You know, it was one of those games where the ironies were just standoutish, right? You take a look at, in the game, you get a home run from Johan Rojas and a bunt from Bryce Harper. Think of that dynamic, right? You win the game in part because Johan Rojas hits a home run last night, and you need Bryce Harper to lay a bunt down. And that's really one of the big plays in the game last night. Rojas was the irony of baseball. We always romanticize about baseball, what makes baseball different, what makes baseball great, right? You have Rojas who hits a home run. He then is known for his defense and not so much his offense. So he's homered in the game, and then he goes in the field and has a blunder that almost cost you the game last night. But at the time, it appears that that blunder would be the reason why your team loses the game. And then the romantic part about baseball is that his blunder is now he's given the chance to clean the blunder up by appearing in extra innings, the bottom of the ninth, and he comes up to bat with a chance to help his team win. He does that. He hits the sac fly to right field, which, you know, listen, good for him. He got the ball to right field. The run did score. I think any competent team that's probably an out at the plate. Alec Boehm running in slow motion. But, hey, so Rojas is a big part of the game last night, both good and bad. And it was just one of those games where you watch that game last night and you just leave saying, this team still has so many warts. They found a way to win the game. Let's not be critical of the fact that the Phillies found a way last night to get a win, which, listen, you'll take them any way you can get them. Ugly, pretty, 10-0, 1-0. Final inning, other team looks terrible. You'll take them however you can get them. But that game last night is just a kind of a microcosm of the problems that this team has, right? You know, they have no reliable right-handed arm. Listen, I have been a fan of Orion Kerkering. I think he's got a great arm. He's got great stuff. Something's lacking from him. Now, it's not really 100% fair to blame Kerkering here. The ball that is hit to center field, I think, is a catch by 99.9 center fielders in baseball, and on most nights, including Johan Rojas in that game. So that's most likely an out. I will say it is a tough ball that is hit right on the screws, that low, like almost elevating line drive. But that being said, he's got to catch that ball. I mean, come on. You're a major league center fielder. You got to catch that ball. So, and that ball gets scored a double because Rojas never touched it. So it gets, you know, Kerkering at the end of the night, he ends up giving up 3 hits in the inning. Well, that one is kind of it's not really his fault. The ball that's hit to Turner at shortstop is a blunder by Turner from every angle you can think of. You know, the ball's hit to him. He goes to the bag and then actually doesn't touch the bag. He had so many options on this play, and he got everyone wrong. The ball's hit to him. He goes to the bag. He doesn't touch the bag. Then he makes a throw home, and the throw's not anywhere close. Right? The ball's not anywhere close to the plate. So, now they don't score a run, but you end up now having to pitch to who came up? Who's the guy hit the home run last night? Man, I can't think of his name's blanking. Who's the guy who hit the home run last night for Washington? The first baseman, big dude. Well, he cranked that ball, and you're like, are you kidding me? And this is all because Turner can't get an out. Ball in center field, that's an out. He really should have been out of the inning. So Kerkering, who I'm a fan of, but you're starting to lose a little bit of trust in him. You're starting to lose a little bit of trust in Kerkering as your only right-handed arm. Look, if he's the only right-handed arm you have, you're starting to now say, I don't even have a right-handed arm I can go to, because Romano certainly isn't on the – say that again? Lowe is the guy who hit the home run last night, yes. Lowe hit the home run last night. It wasn't for once Bell. I feel like Bell kills the Phillies all the time.
You're almost surprised if anybody gets a hit against the Phillies. He's not named Bell.
Exactly. Anytime Bell comes up, you're like,
this guy.
Does he only get hits against the Phillies? Because his batting average is always like 210, but when he faces the Phillies for whatever reason. So Lowe cranks that ball, and you can see the look in Kerkering's face of utter, like, I have completely lost confidence in everything that I do. Like, and it's not really all his fault. Rojas, that's a Little League play. Got to catch that ball, dude. You're out there not for your bat, even though you hit a home run last night and you've been great offensively. You know, Rojas has right now been one of the bright spots offensively for this team. Like it or not, Johan Rojas has been one of the best offensive players they got. And then last night, you see what I talk about a lot, where Rojas scores all the way from first on that ball. Nobody else on this team is probably scoring from first base on the ball that's hit out to right. But he ends up coming all the way around. They said he blew through the stop sign. He slides, and it's not even a close play at the plate. But Rojas using his speed. He's 2 for 3 last night with 2 RBI and 2 runs scored. But the story is, he's not supposed to be talked about the next day for his offense. He's supposed to be talked about for his defense. And if he makes a play in the outfield, I'm probably not as concerned about Kerkering. So I'm going to reserve judgment on Kerkering to start to say I'm hitting a panic button on him, because I'm not quite there yet. But last night, Wheeler, he has to get pulled in the 7th, so he doesn't finish that inning. The one question you could ask is, Matt Strahm came in the 7th. He threw one batter, and he struck him out. Actually, he threw 2 batters. I think he gave up a hit and then struck out the next guy, if memory serves. But either way, he only threw 9 pitches last night. So could Matt Strahm have finished that 7th inning, then come out for the 8th? Instead, now, Alvarado got himself into a pickle in that inning and then got himself out of it by striking out the side. It was an epic inning by Alvarado that made that game so memorable last night, is that he loads the bases with nobody out, and then he strikes out the side. But if Strahm starts that inning, then you have Alvarado for the 9th potentially, and then you didn't have to use Kerkering. So could Strahm, who got 1/3 of an inning, could you have used him in the next inning? That's a decision you could certainly question, no doubt about it. Now, again, I'm going to reserve judgment on Kerkering because I don't think that the defense was very kind to him last night. But I am starting to waver a little bit on what I think Kerkering can be right now, because he's got great stuff. I just don't think he knows what he's doing out there. I don't think he is in command of how to pitch at this point. I just don't know that he knows or trust everything in the moments. I think he pitches ass backwards sometimes.
Well, you would say more of a thrower than a pitcher, right?
Well, he's got great stuff. I mean, he absolutely...
Right, but he doesn't go up there with, like, the intent to pitch to a hitter. He's just, I'm going to give you what I got. Let's go.
I don't know. I just don't know that he does. I just don't think he trusts some of his stuff at all the times. I don't know that he trusts everything that he has, and his stuff is really good. I just, question whether or not he knows. Now, I mean, I'm sure JT's probably calling the game, right? But
right.
I don't know. I just feel like,
for example, I don't know if you heard the comment from Wheeler last night where he said that the home run that he gave up, that was the one pitch he shook off JT. And he was like, I should have listened to JT.
Probably should have listened to JT.
I shook him off, and then the guy hits a home run.
Yeah. Somebody, you look back at that whole inning, though, and you're like, was it that Kerkering was just abominable? No. I mean, he got the out, then he gave up a hit
Right.
and then was, I believe, the play to center field. He struck the first guy out. Then he gave up the hit to Abrams. Then the double, which was an out if he catches the ball, that brings the first run around. Then you've got the man on second. You've got the throwing error by Trey Turner, which was awful. The throwing error, that's the play at first base with Bryce Harper, right? So that's an out. I mean, that's a ball hit to shortstop, to a big league shortstop. That's an out. That's got to be an out. So it's really, they should have been out of the inning right there. But now you put that guy on base. Lowe hits the home run. So now you take the lead because of that. On a ball hit to center field and a ground ball to shortstop.
Right. And now we're having deja vu to 2022 when we were wondering, man, if this defense was better, fill in the blank.
Yeah, I mean, that inning was a microcosm of everything, right? That's a microcosm. Now, the play that Turner makes in the 8th inning that they got out of the situation, luckily. The ball's hit to him at short. He goes to step on second. He misses the bag. Then he throws the ball home. They get nobody out. I mean, he's lucky that Alvarado comes back and strikes out the side. But in that situation, you have a couple different options there. You can take the double play and get 2 outs. Now the game is tied. All right, fine. You don't want to tie the game. You could step on the bag at least. You're right there. You know, I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know how he's right there at the bag and then just decides he throws the ball like he's got a hand grenade. Get it out of my hand. And it just was a bizarre play. And look, here's Turner last night too, who had probably, and funny because Rojas makes the blunder in center field. He comes up and has a chance to help the team after he makes a mistake. He gets the sac fly. Turner also came up to try to help the team out late in the game. I think he ended what did he do? What did he do? Was there I got to remember what he ended up doing. Oh, he was at the plate, right, when the wild pitch happened.
I was going to say, you're talking about the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Because he was at the plate.
Right, he was the guy at the plate when the wild pitch happened. So he had a chance. He went 4 for 4 in the game. He had maybe like the most quiet 4 for 4 that you would ever. When he came at the bat in the 9th, and I was like, Turner's 4 for 4 tonight? Now he had 2 runs, an RBI, and now he's at the bat with a chance to do something, and then the wild pitch, and then Stott comes across, he scores, they win the game, and everybody's like going happy. But it was a very interesting game last night. Good to see Schwarber hit the home run last night. He had been really, really scuffling along. But again, runners in scoring position last night, 1 for 7.
Yeah. 1
for 7 with runners in scoring position last night.
And that's who they've been for a while now, which is frustrating.
Yeah. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Guys, the ball by Wood should have been caught, but it was absolutely crushed. It was like, and I was telling you before the game, before the show, that ball hit to Rojas. It needs to be caught, but it is one of the more difficult balls to catch when it comes right at you like that, and it's on a low line. It's almost like it rises, and if you take that first step in on that ball, you're screwed. Yeah, and it elevates over your head. It just keeps on going.
And then listen, I can appreciate that explanation. It's just, to me, what you said earlier, Mike, it's the issue of Rojas is here for his defense first, his offense second. So when you have someone that you look at and you think of them in your mind as this guy is reliable, and then Rojas keeps having these, I don't know, overthinking, brain cramps, whatever it is, it's just very awkward to watch because you see him, he hits a home run, and you're like, okay, well, if the bat is coming around but the defense is regressing, what do I do here?
I'm not all that worried about Rojas' defense. Like, that play last night is a difficult play, but I do expect him to make it. I don't sit there and say, Rojas has me concerned defensively. I know he's had a couple moments this year, but for the most part, I mean, he's going to make 99% of the plays out there. He is a very good center fielder. He covers so much ground.
You look at nights like last night or like the game in Chicago as like anomalies, not trends.
Yeah, now the one thing I will say about Rojas that I think is concerning is he is a little bit I think that his baseball IQ is not the highest. Like, he'll throw the ball to the wrong base. He ran through the stop sign last night. Somebody mentioned that he would have been out at the plate. But he's almost like his speed covers up his mistakes sometimes. Right. Now, not all the time. I'm not saying, hey, but because he's so fast, he makes the decision to run from first to third. He's the only guy that would do that. Now, was it a smart play? Not necessarily, right? Not necessarily what he did last night was smart. But my point is, because he has the speed, he puts the pressure on the defense that they have to pay attention. And if you get caught napping with his speed, he'll make you pay for it. So it's not a smart play. But it's a weapon that not a lot, like the guy from Tampa. They just brought up this kid who steals all the bases from Tampa Bay. He's got like over 100 stolen bases in the minors in the season. He's one of their top prospects. They'll say this guy might never hit a home run in his life, but he might have a bigger impact than some of these home run hitters because he just has ridiculous abilities to steal bases. Rojas, when he gets on base, he's just a difference maker with all that. Somebody talking about Kirk Green only has 2 pitches. Well, him and every other reliever. That's why they're relievers. They only have 2 pitches.
Chandler Simpson.
Is that his name, Chandler Simpson?
According
for
to
Tampa Bay? For
Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, most relief pitchers only have 2 pitches. That's why they're in the bullpen. That comment's ridiculous. I mean, that's what most bullpen guys are. They're 2-pitch pitchers, which is why they moved Seth Johnson to the bullpen because he really is a 2-pitch guy, and they decided, hey, that's why bullpen guys, they have 2 pitches, they throw 1 inning because you have 2 pitches. It's hard to be a starting pitcher when you have 2. So Kirk Green having 2 pitchers isn't the problem. I don't think he trusts his stuff all the time.
By the way, to your point about Chandler Simpson, according to this SI article, he has 104 stolen bases in 110 AAA games.
Yeah, that's the guy. Okay. Yeah, he's, just his speed is a difference maker. And Rojas, his speed is a difference maker. And you saw it be a difference maker. Maybe not the smartest decision, but he makes it from first to home last night, and it's a big play in the game. Most people relievers have more than 2 pitchers. Your lack of baseball knowledge is astounding. Okay, everything. Most relievers are in the bullpen because they have 2 pitches. My lack of baseball knowledge, whatever. I don't care. You don't like my baseball knowledge? Stop listening. I didn't ask you to listen for my baseball knowledge. My baseball knowledge apparently is not very good. Whatever. Go look up and tell me how many bullpen guys have more than 2 pitches. Not many. All right.
And if they do have more than 2 pitches, this third and fourth pitch might not be very good anyway.
No, I mean, it's common knowledge that most bullpen guys are there because they specialize with 2 pitches. That's why they're in the bullpen.
Right. They usually have like an A-plus fastball or an A-plus sinker or something.
Listen, they have 2 pitches that they really utilize. 85% of guys who are in the bullpen are there for a reason because they have 2 pitches. Now, some guys, outstanding guys, Trevor Hoffman, what did he have? 1 pitch, really.
Mariano Rivera was 1 pitch.
Hoffman had 1. Rivera had 1. Hoffman had 2. He threw a changeup and a fastball, but he rarely used his fastball. This isn't like, I'm not breaking news here that a bullpen is got that bullpen. Like, for somebody to actually suggest that is that's the astounding part. Like, holy mackerel, that just threw me off there. It's like, wait, you can't really be serious thinking that the bullpen guys, the reason they're in the bullpen, this is like common knowledge, is they generally only have 2 pitches. That's why they're not starters. They're starters their whole lives until they get to the majors, and they're like, dude, you have 2 pitches, and you're only going to throw 1 inning. All right, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. All right, Sports Bash Live, McGarry on the way. We'll get his thoughts on, last night's game is one of those games where they win. Do you take anything more from it? Like, hey, they won ugly. They found a way to win. It was one of those nights where my buddy texted me last night, and I didn't agree with him at all. But, it was interesting to think, like, this is the kind of game that come playoff time, they're going to look back on. I don't see that at all. This was a sloppy game. Now, the fact that they manufactured the run with the bunt and all that stuff, I don't see Bryce Harper generally being asked to do that. I don't even know that he was asked to do it.
I still can't believe Bryce Harper laid on a bunt last night.
Yeah, I think he just did that on his own. I think he just took the opportunity
He had to
do that and just kind of did
Why
it.
in any scenario would you want to take the ball out of Bryce Harper's hands if you're a baseball manager or a bench coach?
Yeah, I know.
I think Harper was saying, I got an opportunity here. I'm going to take advantage of it.
Yeah. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Cole from LBI is a Mets fan. He says, guys, Edwin Diaz is a two-pitch pitcher. Most baseball bullpens guys are two-pitch pitchers. Well, Cole, you know that. I know that. But apparently there's somebody out there who maybe pitched in the majors and knows more than we do.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like we could waste.
You've got to be kidding me with this conversation, by the way. Some jackass is like, 90% of relievers have more than two pitchers. Now, I would say that some guys can throw a third and fourth pitch, but the reason they're in the bullpen is because those third and fourth pitches are not major league quality.
Listen,
so they rely on their two pitches. I mean, this is like elementary stuff.
Well, like I remember I was with Billy Schweim on the weekend one time, and Tommy Green talked about it. Tommy Green said that a guy in the bullpen usually is A+ at one or two pitches, and that's it. And he says, and that's part of the reason why he's in the bullpen. Tommy Green said that. So
everybody knows this. Anybody who's played baseball or knows anything about baseball understands why guys. How do you decipher? You didn't come up throwing in the bullpen. Your whole life, you make the majors. You're one of the best pitchers in your whole area. They didn't say, hey, you're going to be a bullpen guy. No, you were a starting pitcher your whole life. But when you got to the majors, why did some become starters and others get put to the bullpen? Because they didn't develop any other pitches, but they still had good fastballs, good curveball, good fastball, good slider, good fastball, good changeup. They have two pitches that they are really, really good at. So, hey, we don't want to show you to the lineup multiple times. We send you to the bullpen. I mean, holy mackerel. There's dumb and then there's really dumb. That comment wins it today. Really dumb. Sports Bash Live, 97.3. It's 20 minutes into the show. We have the dumbest comment of the year 2025. All right. I can't talk to stupid anymore. That's just embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself. I feel bad for this man. It's an embarrassment that you would even come up with such a thought. Oh, my God. The sad part is I got Mets fans that have to defend and say, well, our closer only throws two pitches. And other fans say, well, my team only throws, the bullpen guys only throw two. Yes, there's infants out there that know this. Kirkery throws two pitches. That's why he's in the bullpen, just like everybody else. All right, coming up. We got plenty to do. Here's a question for you. If you could amnesty one Philadelphia contract right now, who would that be? Now, I threw out these options. Trey Turner, Paul George, Joel Embiid, Aaron Nola, Bryce Huff, anybody else. A lot of people commenting on this. If you could amnesty one contract right now, you're not penalized. You just say, I don't want that contract anymore. I'm getting rid of it. Who would that be? Text 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash coming up. 229, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, set to join us. Phils win a wild one last night. Kind of the underlining thing in that one is a sloppy win. They find a way. But, Mike, the same conversation comes back to the bullpen. This is a game that felt like it was in hand, felt like it was over. Now, do you look at the bullpen last night and say the bullpen issues, or is it more because their defense let them down last night?
I think when I look at last night, Mike, I look at the defense and Orion Kirkring. Obviously, Jose Alvarado was outstanding getting out of that bases-loaded jam in the 8th inning. But defensively, I thought it was a very poor game by the Phillies. Trey Turner at shortstop, 2 missed plays. Johan Rojas, I know he had a home run last night. I know he had a big sacrifice fly, but he misplays 2 balls in center field. And if he's going to misplay balls like that and not make those plays, I don't think he, has a spot in the lineup. And with Trey Turner, unfortunately, every time the ball's hit to shortstop, you're kind of holding your breath a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what'd you think of that play last night? Now, it didn't end up hurting him because Alvarado gets out of the inning, but the ball's hit to him. He goes to second, then he changes his mind. I mean, it just seemed a lack of awareness.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing there. At the time, I think it was first and third. So a ground ball up the middle. The Phillies are up a run. There's nobody out. The ball took him to second base. If he just steps on second base and takes the double play, the score's probably tied at 3-3, but the Phillies have 6 more outs to sort of put a run across, and the threat in the 8th is kind of extinguished. So that was kind of a mental error there. And then, of course, he comes back and makes the throwing error in the 9th inning. Kirkring gives up the 3-run home run, and the Phillies, honestly lucky to pull it out. They ran into the only bullpen in baseball worse than them. That was the difference in last night's game.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because you're right. Now, the one guy they do have to close the games out, Finnegan, he is pretty good. Bohm gets the base hit to start things off. And then, obviously, whatever Washington, is doing, they get a wild pitch. I mean, this was just the ball hit the right field, the throws up the line, the catcher kind of moves too quickly to try to tag Bohm. Bohm would have been out by 10 feet if the catcher just would have taken the ball. So it was just a comedy of errors in the last couple of innings there. But give me your thoughts on Rojas in center field last night and him in general the last couple of weeks. He's not out there to hit home runs. And there he is hitting a home run last night. He's out there to play defense, use his speed, which we saw everything last night. We saw a home run. We saw his speed come into play, but we saw the blunder in center field. This is one of a couple blunders now in center field. What are you thinking about Rojas in center field all of a sudden?
Yeah, just inconsistency, right? When he first came up, I used to, sit in the press box at Citizens Bank Park, and it seemed like every ball hit the center field, no matter where it was, no matter how deep it was automatic out. He could catch everything. It hasn't been that way last night. The ball going back to the fence early in the game, I realized that I think that had a 635 expected batting average, but you're still expecting Johan Rojas to make the play, and the ball at the 9th is hit right at him. Now, I know line drives hit right at you are sometimes tough to play, but if you're supposed to be a plus defender like Rojas is, you got to make that play. And, Mike, I just think if he's not going to be consistent in the field, I don't know if you can rely on him as an everyday player. They have to make these basic plays. We talked when we were at the Coaches versus Cancer High School Baseball Classic. The key to winning high school baseball games is to make the expected plays, not give team extra outs. Well, that goes triple for the major leagues, and the last couple of days, especially at shortstop and center field, 2 key positions, the Phillies are giving opponents extra outs, and if you do that on the big league level, you're not going to win.
Yesterday, Mike, they went with the lineup again of Turner in the leadoff spot. Stott was completely out of the lineup yesterday. Are we seeing a platoon at second base, and are you okay with that?
No, I don't think it was a platoon. Before the game, we spoke with Rob Thompson about it. Mackenzie Gore on the mound. You remember him from opening day when he strike out like 13, 14 Phillies on opening day. Ace left-hander for the Washington Nationals. Rob Thompson just said it was a chance to get Sosa in the game. He wanted to get Sosa had not played in a while, facing a tough lefty. It was a good opportunity to get Sosa in the game. I think Stott has kind of flourished in that leadoff role a little bit. And obviously he enters the game in the ninth inning, and ends up scoring the winning run on a wild pitch. So I just think Rob Thompson there looking to get Sosa a couple at-bats and keep Sosa fresh.
Yeah, we got Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City talking about that Phillies wild win last night. A whole heck of a lot of stuff happening in the game last night. You had 4 hits from Turner, a couple of plays in the field, though, that Turner wants back. And then you get to Harper, and he puts out a bunt in that situation. What did you think when you saw that?
Well, it says to me that he's struggling a little bit, and he is kind of going through it now. And the one thing about Bryce Harper is he will, try to take advantage. I've seen him do that before, especially when he's not going well. He's not going great right now, so he drops a bunt there at a key spot and a good result for the Phillies. Both him and Schwarber have kind of been struggling recently. Schwarber goes deep last night. Again, we always say this is a team that is built to sort of slug and win games with their bats, kind of overcome everything else with their bats and their starting pitching. And for whatever the reason is, they just haven't hit home runs so far this season. You saw a couple last night in Rojas and Schwarber, so maybe they're kind of headed in the right direction there.
Yeah, I saw a stat yesterday, Mike. They're third in on-base percentage in all of baseball. So eventually, if that number stays the same, at some point you would think the offensive floodgates are about to open up.
Yeah, fundamentally, and we talked about this a lot, their chase rate is down. They're being more disciplined at the plate. They're getting on base, and you're exactly right. If the fundamentals of the offense are there, like you said, if those numbers stay the same, you've got to figure, especially as the weather gets warmer, what's the Charlie Manuel saying? It's hitting season, right? When it's to be 85, 90 degrees out, you got to figure the back of the baseball cards that these guys are going to hit some home runs, but they're not doing it now. But the fundamentals of the offense have been strong so far.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City's here. Yes, and of course, Phil's win last night. You look at this team moving forward here. They're going to throw Sanchez tonight, so I guess that's a good sign there. Wheeler last night. And then the whole thing with Suarez. What did you get the vibe on Suarez? I guess he's going to throw a bullpen today, but what's the vibe on what's going to happen with him?
Yeah, I would expect him to, he's going to throw the bullpen today. Rob Thompson said they're going to make a decision what to do with him after that bullpen. I think you might see him Friday or Saturday slot in there, or if not that, you see him on the first game of the road trip. I don't think he's going to make another minor league start. I think you're going to see him slot back into the rotation. Rob Thompson said they are considering a 6-man rotation. They're kind of working through that now. What do you do with Taijuan Walker, who has pitched okay, when Suarez has been out? I personally don't think they're going to go to a 6-man rotation. I think they'll push Walker to the bullpen, or because guys like Wheeler, Nola, they like to pitch on regular rest. I think it's a little too early in the season to go to a 6-man rotation. So I think you'll see Suarez kind of slip into the rotation here either Friday, Saturday, or the first game of the upcoming road trip.
Give me your thoughts, Mike, on Painter going from single A up to triple A.
Well, he's got one more start at single A. Rob Thompson kind of misspoke yesterday. He told us all that Painter was going to pitch this Thursday for Lehigh Valley in Rochester. And right away, my antenna went up. I said, I don't see them sending Andrew Painter to pitch to Rochester on an 11 a.m. game on a Thursday. So I think he'll pitch at home ballpark. So he'll have one more start down in Clearwater this Thursday. And then I would expect the following week, you would expect to see him sort of ramped up and pitching at a higher level. And Rob Thompson said, yesterday that they just want to get him better competition. All right, he's made 3-4 starts against, low A ball. Now it's time to go up the ladder as you prepare for him to come back in July. They're still on that same time track. They're not going to rush him. They still see him coming back and rejoining the Phillies in July, and I would expect him when he comes back to be a starting pitcher. Now, how deep he goes in games, I don't know. This Thursday, he's supposed to go 60 pitches or 4 innings, so we'll see how that works out. But, I would expect Andrew Painter one more start down in Florida. Then I would expect to see him transition to Lehigh Valley and Reading as he gets ready to rejoin the Phillies in July.
Mike, you take a look at Kerkering last night. I want to kind of circle back to him. He's the one right-handed guy that I think they kind of relied on. Are we starting to lose some of the confidence in that? You got him and Romano right now are the 2 highest right-handers on your depth chart.
Yeah, to me, Mike, the bullpen is just becoming a major, major issue, especially when you flash back to last year at this time, right? You had Matt Strahm, who was in the middle of an all-star year, who you could trust. You had Jeff Hoffman, who was in the middle of an all-star year, who you could trust. You have Alvarado, who was not as good last year as this year and was shaky at times last year, but you still trusted him. And you had Kerkering back there also. Then you pick up Estes at the trade deadline. That gives you 5 guys that you could have gone to in that bullpen. This year, that bullpen does not have that depth. You know, Romano had a good outing in Chicago on Sunday night, but hey, who knows what he's going to do. Kerkering is in an absolute funk. His last couple of outings have been not good. His ERA for the season is over 5. He's been even worse in his last 4 or 5 appearances. So you basically got Jose Alvarado, who's pitched great and did a great job of getting out of that bases-loaded situation with 3 straight strikeouts last night. But outside of Alvarado, again, it's just like a ground ball to shortstop. When you see that bullpen door open and it's anybody but Alvarado walking out, you're holding your breath. And, Mike, I don't see how this team can really be a factor in October with this bullpen or this defense. Things are going to have to change. They're going to hit, and I think they're going to slug and stuff like that. But defensively in this bullpen, they don't have the defense and the bullpen of a playoff team or a team that can make a deep playoff run right now.
Yeah, I would agree. We'll see what they end up doing. We'll keep our eye on Suarez, what happens there. Where does he go when he gets back? Is it a 6-man rotation for the time being? And then there's Painter waiting in the wings. All of that stuff seems to be looming for this team. We'll check out their lineup for tonight's game when that is out. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. There was announced last night that Chase Petty from Mainland has been promoted to the majors. He will start tonight in Game 2 of the doubleheader for the Reds. He will face Steven Matz, making his major league debut. There's probably not many people that have seen him throw as much as you, other than the fans and families of Mainland. But give us a little insight on this journey for him. A Mainland pitcher will throw tonight in the majors.
Yeah. Always a thrill when you see a local guy, make the big leagues, and it's happening more and more often. Chase Petty, out of Mainland, 2021 graduate, outstanding pitcher, threw the ball 100 miles an hour in high school, tremendous slider in high school. Mike, I remember watching him pitch, and I saw every start of his senior season. If somebody fouled the ball off, it was a mini victory for that team. It was like a shock if somebody hit a ground ball or pulled a ground ball foul of third base or something like that. So that's how dominant and how good he was. He was promoted to AAA at the end of last season. His first start in AAA this year, a little rough. Since then, he's been lights out. Get a break yesterday. The Reds are rained out. They've got a day-night doubleheader with the St. Louis Cardinals today. A lot of times you'll see a major league team promote a guy from the minor leagues to make that second start of the doubleheader. Chase Petty's number is called, and it's an absolutely great opportunity. I know Billy Kern is coach at Mainland, and the Mainland AD, was on a plane to Cincinnati early today to kind of get out there to watch Chase play and watch him support. I think a couple other people from the local area kind of headed out to Cincinnati to watch that game, and it's just great to see a local guy that you were watching play on a high school baseball field 4 years ago, now pitching in the big leagues tonight. So 6:40 start. I'm going to be glued to the radio, TV, whatever I've got to see how Chase does, and we'll have all the coverage of the outing at PressOfAC.com.
All right, that's a 6:40. It'll be Chase Petty from Mainland. He's pitching against Steven Matz. We'll see what happens. This is one of those moments where, because of the doubleheader, they kind of needed someone to come up. So we'll see if he sticks around. He had that start in the Cactus League when he threw against the Dodgers, and he faced Freeman and Ohtani and Betts, and he went toe-to-toe with a lot of those guys, and that really opened up some eyes. I know after that game he had said, hey, I think I can compete with these guys, and he's got off to a little slow start at AAA, but then he's really started to cruise the last couple starts. Maybe his last 3 starts, he's been really good.
Yeah, and the thing is, Mike, to get into the weeds a little bit real quick, I mean, he wasn't on the 40-man roster before today. They've got to add him to the 40-man roster so he can pitch tonight. And once you're on that 40-man roster, you're a whole different level. It's a lot easier to promote you to the big leagues and things like that. So even if they send him down after tonight's start, which might happen no matter how he pitches, the fact that he's added to that 40-man roster means he can be back. You're a phone call away. So that's a big difference. So no matter how he pitches tonight, obviously it's great to see a guy go out there and make his big league debut, but it's another step forward in his career being added to that 40-man roster. Because like I said, once you're on that roster, you're a phone call away.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, everybody, pressofac.com. He'll be back on Friday as we get ready for the weekend here. They'll finish up with the Nationals tonight. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What's funny? We were talking about the pitches, how many pitches each guy. Kirkering actually throws 3 pitches. Kind of proves my point a little bit here. He throws 3 pitches, but you only see him really throw 2 of his pitches. For this season, Kirkering has thrown 60% sweepers. He has thrown 27% four-seamers. So that's about what he throws all the time. He throws sweeper and fastball. He does have a sinker. He's only thrown that pitch 26 times all season because he really doesn't trust it. It's kind of the point I was making. Yes, Kirkering has a third pitch, but he really only trusts and relies on 2 of them, which is why they send you to the bullpen. Because if he had 3 pitches, they would probably say, hey, this guy's got a really live fastball, he's got a good sweeper, and his third pitch is a sinker. Now, a guy, for instance, all right, I'll bring up for you, Jordan Romano. Okay, I'll just throw him out there because he's a bullpen guy who's been an all-star in this league. Romano throws 2 pitches. He throws a slider and a fastball. He throws his slider 59% of the time. He throws his fastball 41% of the time. They are the 2 pitches that he generally will throw. He has thrown a slider 105 times this year. He has thrown his four-seamer 73 times. So they are the only 2 pitches that Jordan Romano uses. Now, for instance, all right, Jose Alvarado. Alvarado actually has 4 pitches, okay? He throws 4 pitches, but he throws 2 of those pitches 90% of the time. His sinker he throws 60% of the time, and his cutter he throws 30% of the time. So his 2 pitches make up 90% of the pitches that he throws. He throws a fastball, believe it or not. You know how many fastballs Jose Alvarado has thrown this year? 6. He has thrown 6 fastballs this season. For a guy who throws 100 miles an hour, he's used his fastball 6 times. So, yes, Alvarado has 4 pitches, but he really only commands 2 of those pitches, his sinker and his cutter, which is why Jose Alvarado is not a starter. He is a bullpen guy because he commands 2 of his pitches really well. More Sports Bash coming up. And by the way, the Phillies have a bunch of guys who can't command anything in the bullpen, which is why they're in the bullpen, because they're not very good. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 253 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Text board's open. All right, here's the question we threw out to you earlier. A little Wild Card Wednesday question for you. You could amnesty one Philadelphia contract. Who would it be? Now, I'm not driving you down any road. Is it Trey Turner? Is it Paul George? You pick whoever you want. One guy that you would say, if I can get out of that contract, I don't have to pay it, and there's no penalty, which guy would it be? Couple text messages. Turner all day. We're talking about how bad defense can't even step on the bag twice, and now he can't hit the ball. So Turner gets a vote. Got to be Turner due to such a disappointment. Another vote for Turner. Amnesty, Joel Embiid. I talked about yesterday why I wouldn't amnesty. Embiid wouldn't be my answer, but I get it. Another Embiid vote here. 609-403-0973. Who is the Philadelphia contract that you would amnesty if you got the shot? Do you have a name in mind?
I mean,
You don't have to give it.
Yeah,
Do you have one in mind?
I do.
Okay. Hold on to it. I'll ask you a little bit later. I want to see what some of the people out there think. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at 97.3 ESPN. Coming up next hour, Q Myers was in Green Bay for the draft. What was it like as the Shedeur Sanders thing was kind of happening? We'll get his thoughts on that, who won the draft in his mind, and more. That's all next with Q Myers from Joe and Q on ESPN Radio when he joins me next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. So the NFL draft is kind of in the books behind us. We're taking a look to the future now, and when training camp gets here. Was on Birds 365 this morning. We were talking about where this team is after the draft, to which... Am I being a negative Nancy here where I say, look, I think the Eagles' defense is taking a step back. Now, can it be better than last year? I'd be surprised. I mean, who on this team right now is going to be better than what Milton Williams was? Who on this team right now is going to be better than Josh Sweat? Who on this team is going to be better than Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? Who on this team is going to be better than Darius Slay? Who on this team is going to be better, than they were last year? Is Quinyon Mitchell better than he was last year? Does he stay the same? Does he take a step back? He has a very small sample size of 1 year. So, I don't know. I mean, is it a fait accompli that Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell take big steps forward? By the way, the Eagles picked up the 5th-year option on Jordan Davis, so he gets paid amongst the highest-paid defensive tackles in the league. Not highest paid. I think he's like in the top 20 or 25 now. Jalix Hunt. I don't know what to think about Jalix Hunt. This guy was playing safety in the Ivy League not too long ago. Is Nolan Smith... I don't know. Is Nolan Smith going to take a big jump forward? I think it's fair to say the Eagles' defense might not be as good as it was a year ago. That's not being crazy talk here. I'm everybody I think is just assuming that the Eagles turn this thing around defensively, and they're just right back because Vic Fangio is turning into Jeff Stoutland, right? Anybody that Jeff Stoutland gets, they're automatically going to be a Hall of Fame level offensive lineman because he's such a great coach. I like Vic Fangio. He did an unbelievable job last year, and I'm glad he's the defensive coordinator here. But he's got to find 4 new starters and potentially a new linebacker. And keep this in mind. He also has to hope that Zach Bond is as good, if not better, than he was a year ago. Is Zach Bond going to all of a sudden be better than he was a year ago? Does he have a track record to suggest that he's going to keep getting better and better and better? I hope so. Reed Blankenship. I don't know. If the guy next to him isn't Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, he has been okay. The 1 year at Terrell Edmonds, Justin Edmonds, and Kevin Byard. I don't think we like that safety duo. Are we going to like a safety combination of Reed Blankenship and Drew Makuba? I don't know.
I think the problem with your question is what you're doing is you're throwing in a little bit of recency bias, because what gets overlooked is some of the guys that you mentioned who they lost. Some of those guys had some of their best moments during the postseason run, not during the 17 games. Milton Williams was really rough at times early in the season, especially in that Falcons game when they got ran all over. I think it gets overlooked that Slay, he missed a lot of time last year because he kept getting injured in games. So, maybe some of it is, yes, in the most literal sense, how you're replacing those guys, but it also gets overlooked that they did a lot in spite of the lack of production from certain positions at times.
Yeah, I don't see any spot where you've lost a guy that you've upgraded currently. That doesn't mean that a guy can't outperform or play better, but I can't sit here and say Jalix Hunt is going to be better than Josh Sweat. I can't sit here and say Moro Ojomo, who I like a lot, is going to be better than what Milton Williams was. I can't say that Kaylee Ringo is going to be better, or Adoree Jackson is going to be better than Darius Slay, and I can't say anybody in that safety room is going to be better than Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Do they need to be better, or do they need to be just the best version of themselves to help the defense be what it can be?
That's a good question. If they're their best version of themselves, right? If they're their best version of themselves, is that good enough? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know that being the best version of yourself is better than Darius Slay. I don't know that being your best version of yourself. Now, if Jalix Hunt is the best version of himself, does he have the talent and the ceiling to be as good as Josh Sweat? I think we undervalue what Josh Sweat did for this team and what he meant to this team and how important he was for this team. We're going to talk to Q Myers, host of Joe and Q, in just a moment here on the Sports Bash Live. I want to get some of his observations from the NFL draft, and everything that was going on there as this night started with Cam Ward as the number 1 overall pick, and then kind of morphed itself into the trade and everything that happened afterwards. He was there, so I want to kind of get some insight from him on how this draft kind of started to matriculate, and then what kind of buzz was there for the job that Howie Roseman did when you take a look at the Philadelphia Eagles. Did the Philadelphia Eagles leave the night as winners again? Most people think that they did, right? You look at most grades for the NFL draft, and you would say, hey, the Philadelphia Eagles are getting an A, an A+, an A-. Everybody always seems to think that they do a good job. And the question that I have for people is, do we just give Howie the benefit of the doubt? And I think he has earned the benefit of the doubt, right? Howie Roseman has earned the benefit of the doubt for the most part. I'm just asking, when you look at this draft and all the moves they made, and they're changing here and they're moving back there and they're getting out of the third round and everything, is it a benefit of the doubt type of thing for them? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. If you take a look at that, right? If you take a look at that, you would say, I think I give them the benefit of the doubt, because could they have gotten a better player in the third round than Ty Robinson? I think we all like Ty Robinson, but was there a player that they could have gotten in that third round had they not traded out a couple? They had traded back twice in the third round. I don't know. If you look up that draft list, was there somebody on the board where you're like, man, I wish they would have stayed there? Right? I think if you take a look back at all of the moves that the Eagles made on the surface, you're like, hey, they needed an edge. I mean, they needed a safety. Well, they needed an edge rusher too. Campbell could fill that role. They needed a safety. Makuba could fill that role. Robinson, they needed a D tackle. He could fill that role as Milton Williams' replacement. They tried to fill a lot of slots, but the guys they filled the slots with, I just don't say right now they're better than the guys that they're replacing today, right now on the surface. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I look at some of the other things the Eagles still need to do. Some of the things that this team still needs to do that I'm wondering what happens next. Tight end, safety. Like, McMullen was on the show last week, and he said if they don't get a safety, don't be surprised if they go get Justin Simmons and bring in a veteran player. Well, they did get a safety. Does that mean now they're not going to go, like, are they happy with their safety room? So that's some of the stuff that I still want to kind of keep an eye on as they kind of move forward to training camp, which, hey, what other areas do they feel that they still need to add to? This is not a finished product. It never is. We'll talk about that and more with Q Myers right now, host of Joe and Q, middays right here on 97.3 ESPN, and he was in Green Bay, and I'm interested to get his take on all things draft right now. We'll talk a little bit about everything that's happening, but Q, you were at that draft. It had to be an interesting night. I would love to hear, as that night started with Cam Ward, and then, boom, they break right in with the breaking news of the trade, how the feeling was in that place when you started to see this thing materialize from the start, and then, bang, that trade.
Yeah, it was wild, man, and thanks for having me on as always, man. It was crazy. We all knew Cam Ward was going to go number 1, but we didn't know that Jacksonville was going to trade up to 2 to go get Travis Hunter. That was explosive. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, where's Shedeur going to go? That immediately became the next conversation. Where's Shedeur going to go? And obviously we know what happened. He ends up going in the 5th round. So it was just like there was so much conversation in the media room there in Green Bay. All these different outlets, radio stations, podcasts, well, you name it was there. And everyone's talking about what in the world's going on in this draft. And obviously there was big players that came off the board like Mason Graham, to Cleveland at 5. The Raiders got Ashton Genty at 6. That was fantastic. But it just was the main storyline was how long is this slide going to last? And we all were anticipating. So it's like, oh, Pittsburgh, you're about to get him at 21. Nope, didn't get him. All right, well, this team's about to get him here. Nope, didn't get him there. It's like that's all we kept doing is almost like placing bets on who was going to get him and when the bleeding was going to stop. And then it didn't stop till day 3, round 5. It was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, was that just the talk of the whole first round? I mean, did the whole rest of the first round kind of get lost in the sauce when this starts to happen?
Yeah, I mean, really, a lot of it did because we're looking at it like, well, this team doesn't need a quarterback. This team's not going to get a quarterback. And then the Giants traded back into round 1, right? And we're like, okay, there it is. That's what's going to happen right there. He goes to the Giants. And then I remembered, wait, Brian Daboll has said that Jackson Dart was his guy. And then all of a sudden Jackson Dart goes. And so it's funny, man, as much as we like to focus on the entire draft, literally while we were there in that green room, the conversation of Shedeur Sanders and where he was going to go ended up taking over the whole thing. That was the biggest storyline that night.
Q Myers is with us here. I want to get your thoughts on the decision early to make that trade, Cleveland and Jacksonville. This is going to be a move, buddy, that's going to be looked at for a long time. Some people said, hey, Cleveland has to make that deal. They got way too much not to make it. Did you like what Cleveland did?
I like what Cleveland did, and I like what Jacksonville did. I like what Cleveland did because they obviously got a lot of draft capital in return. Jacksonville clearly overpaid, but that's okay. That's what you have to do sometimes. And Cleveland understood the assignment. They knew what they needed. They knew where they were struggling, where they needed to get better, and they decided that they were going to go ahead and make that trade. Now they have a 2026 first-round draft pick as well. So even if they don't have their quarterback, and we know they have a ton of quarterbacks in their locker room now, but even if they don't have their guy, they can go and have the ammunition to get their guy next year. So they were able to make some really good moves. I thought Cleveland had a fantastic draft overall, but I like what Jacksonville did too. Jacksonville with a brand new GM, brand new head coach, went and made a splash. Nobody's been excited about Jacksonville, including people in Jacksonville. They haven't been excited about the Jaguars in a long time. They went out there and got the most electric guy in the draft in Travis Hunter. And they made a statement like, hey, if this guy can help us, if this guy can rejuvenate us, he's a new face of the franchise, let's go out and do whatever it takes to bring him in. I love the move by Jacksonville, even though they had to overpay to get it. So this is one of those rare scenarios where I think both organizations won. Obviously, we have to see what happens with Travis Hunter on the field, but I believe that he's going to be a hell of a player.
All right, Q Myers is with us looking back at the draft and everything that kind of happened on that draft night and how this thing kind of materialized. So, one, Cam Ward, and, I feel like we're doing what everybody did. We just kind of overlooked that pick, but does Cam Ward change the complexion? When you hit the number 1 pick and you take a quarterback, you're hoping it changes the complexion of your franchise. Does Cam Ward do that for the Tennessee Titans?
Man, that's a great question. I feel like he's the number one overall pick that's not being talked about at all, right? He wasn't really talked about leading up to the draft, and he's not really being talked about after the draft. But, I mean, look, he's got a great arm, right? He's got plenty of college game balls, and just action under his belt. We know that. I mean, he's been around the college game for a long time. We know that his ceiling is very high. If he can eliminate some of the issues that plagued him, like throwing the ball across the middle and across his body multiple times, I think he'll be fine, right? The question is, what is Tennessee going to put around him? Are they going to have enough around him to put the field a really good team? That's going to be my big question. I believe Cam Ward has a chance to be a really good quarterback. I just want to see how they put it together, how Coach Callahan puts everything together, and are they able to field a good team? If they're able to do that, then great. If not, they're picking in the top 5 again next year.
You mentioned Hunter. It'll be interesting to see what Jacksonville does there. Abdul Carter here in the NFC East. It feels like the Giants finally got something right, Q. Feels like they finally got a player. And then you put him on that defense that has some real legit talent up front.
Yeah, exactly. I like the Abdul Carter pick. I think that was someone that we all kind of had our gut feeling that he was going to end up being the selection. That's going to make that defense nasty, right? I mean, there was 3 people that I was told were generational talents in this draft. Only 3. This was a draft that was a lot of starters, not stars. It was Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Ashton Genty, and they got Abdul Carter. So I think that they have an opportunity to have a guy that could be their cornerstone defender for a really long time, which that's got to be exciting if you're a Giants fan. Now, I mean, the questions are, is the offense going to be able to complement the defense, right? Is Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, are they going to win enough games for Brian Daboll and Joe Shane to keep their jobs? Or is Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart and others, are they going to end up getting drafted to get coached up by someone else later on? That's going to be the big question. And when do you pass the torch on to Jackson Dart? Do you sit him for a year? Do you sit him for a few games? What do you do? Like, that's a $1 million question that I don't have the answer to.
I'm very intrigued by what happens with the Giants because they have been down rotten for so long. You talk about what Cleveland did. They made that trade. You said you liked what they did, but did you like what they took at 5 with Mason Graham?
Yeah, I did. I liked him a lot. I really do. I think that he's going to be a stud on that defensive line. I think if you're Cleveland, you're making your strength stronger. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, you realize that you're not a really good team, and you realize that you're not a super talented team. You know you've got Myles Garrett. You cleared that situation up by giving him the contract extension. He ain't going nowhere. Now all of a sudden you got a guy in the interior that could be nasty as well. I like it. I do. I think that it's going to help them get better, and more importantly, he's a talented dude. They added a lot of draft capital so they can continue to add more talent to the roster. At some point, they've got to find out who their quarterback's going to be moving forward. Again, they've got too many guys in that room. I don't know what's going to happen with Dylan Gabriel. I don't know what's going to happen with Shador. I sure don't know what's going to happen with Kenny Pickett. Joe Flacco is old. Deshaun Watson is injured, right? So, I mean, like, okay, what are you doing moving forward? You've got to figure that out. But getting a guy on the defensive side of the ball that was a blue-chip player and, you know, again, you're making your strength stronger, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
All right, Q, your Raiders, let's talk about them. They took the running back. You've been saying all along, all signs point to the running back. It wasn't a surprise. They ended up getting Genty. Now that the dust is settled, is taking a running back at number 6 the right move?
Yeah, I think it was. I know, and I went back and forth on this a lot leading up to the draft. I honestly, Mike, I got concerned when Cleveland was sitting there at number 5. I was like, hey, man, they don't have Nick Chubb anymore. I can easily see them making a move for Genty. So I was a little nervous at first until they made the selection of Mason Graham. Then I realized Genty was there for him at number 6. So that was great. All roads led to the Raiders and Genty. But, I mean, this dude just makes everyone around him better, right? I mean, this guy makes Geno Smith a better quarterback because he all of a sudden now he could use play action. He makes Brock Bowers better at the tight end position because now all eyes aren't on him. He makes life easier for Jacoby Myers at the wide receiver position. All eyes aren't on him. Like, I just think that he's going to provide an element of leadership, obviously a home run ability. I just think that it makes sense for what Pete Carroll and company want to do. I honestly think the Raiders came away with a really good draft, having 11 players. They went into the draft with 9 selections. They ended up with 11, and I think they got 11 guys that have the opportunity to grow into some really good players, and obviously they've got a home run hitter there in Ashton Genty with their number 6 overall pick.
All right, I'm going to be interested to see how that all works out there for the Raiders. We talk a little bit about the running back spot, how it changed maybe because of Saquon Barkley, and can Genty have that type of impact here? I know you got to run. The impact of what Roseman and the Eagles did, how is that received? Because it always seems at the end of the day, people are like, hey, the Eagles won the draft again. How did they let this happen? How was the buzz out there for what Philadelphia did?
Man, it was like, of course they did. It was unbelievable to me, Mike. I mean, man, they trade up because they can. They traded up from 32 to 31, right? They end up with Campbell, the linebacker, and I thought, of course they did. Why wouldn't they? Because that's what Howie Roseman does. It blows my mind that you could be the defending Super Bowl champs. You could have 20 draft picks in the next couple drafts, obviously this one and this next one coming up, and you can just, I'm just going to trade up just to make sure that we get our guy because, well, I'm a little bored, so why not? I love what they did. I'm also jealous of who they are, right? And it's not good to be jealous. You should never be jealous, but Howie Roseman continues to impress me, and I know that there's been times where he wasn't the most love the guy there in Philadelphia, but you better love him now, man, because he's making some really good decisions. Philadelphia, the rich keep getting richer. I'm so impressed by what they were able to do.
There you go. A quick look at the NFL draft from someone who was there, Q Myers from Joe and Q, right here on 97.3 ESPN. He'll be back on tomorrow at noon. You can hear it on 97.3 ESPN. All right, buddy. Thanks.
I appreciate you, Mike.
As always, Q Myers here. Now, I wanted to get that kind of feel from in there. And as he said, that Sanders story kind of overshadowed everything that was happening in that first round. So you go from Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham, Ashton Genty, Armand Membu, McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, Banks from Texas, Colston Loveland. Now, at the Loveland pick is where I thought things got a little interesting because he went ahead of Warren, Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end. When Colston Loveland went in the 10 spot, you're thinking the Bears take a tight end in the 10 spot. That was the crazy thing. First, you're like, and it wasn't Tyler Warren. So I thought that was an interesting pick in the draft. Williams to San Francisco, Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, to the Dallas Cowboys, Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan, and then Tyler Warren at 14. That's where Warren ends up going. So 2 tight ends go in the top 15 of the draft. After that, this is where stuff started to get interesting for Philadelphia because now you're starting to see who's fallen to me. Walter Nolan, when he went at number 16, okay, that went off the board. Was there any other players that were in that range that you were hoping for? Well, we talked about one on Thursday's show when Sal Palantonio was on with us, and that was Malachi Starks. And then he went at number 27. So then when the Eagles make the trade up one spot to get a player, you're thinking, well, who is this player going to be? So I started to think about this. And I'm looking around and I'm thinking all right, who are some of the players in the range? Emmanwori, the safety, you're thinking, okay, maybe it's for him, right? But other than that, I'm looking at the second round, the top couple players in the second round. Ezeraku, he was the other guy that I was like, maybe they're trading up for Ezeraku. I cannot come up with another name that if they would have traded up, who would it have been for other than the guy they ended up getting? So it seems that, well, obviously you trade up because this is the guy you really want. But when the trade was happening, I was like, who are they trying to trade up for? Now, they go in the second round, and you're wondering, okay, they have Drew Makuba. He's the last pick of the second round. Was there anybody they could have traded up? Well, that's, again, where I tweeted out at one point, Mike Green. All right, Mike Green was there so twice the Ravens took a guy that you're thinking, man, so the Ravens ended up with Malachi Starks and Mike Green on the night. That was a big second-round start for Baltimore, and Philadelphia ends up with Makuba. So I'm looking around in the second round thinking, is there anybody there in the third round, the top of the third round, other than Makuba that you would have ended up going with? And I'm thinking, all right, Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo. He was one guy that I thought they could have possibly gone for. Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end from Bowling Green. He was another guy that I thought they could have been interested in that spot. So in that second-round pick is where I think there were some other guys. Landon Jackson, the edge rusher from Arkansas, he went to Buffalo. He was another guy that I thought they could have been intrigued by in that spot. So that's something you're going to have to keep an eye on. And then that third round where they started to get around and move some stuff out. We'll take a closer look at all of that coming up here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We've been asking you, if you could get rid of one Philly contract, which one would it be? Trey Turner, Joel Embiid, Paul George. You can amnesty one, like the old NHL, or the NHL, where you can amnesty a contract like the Flyers did with Brizgalov. They just amnestied him. No penalty. Which Philly player would you amnesty, and you don't have to pay the contract, there's no penalty? 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 3:30 on the nose. This hour brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Air Conditioning. I'm Mike Gill. We got so much happening. The draft is still kind of fresh in my mind. So we're in round 3. The Eagles have a couple of picks here, and they have the chance to start doing some things, and they start trading out, and they get out of the third round altogether. And you're like, all right, was there a player in the third round that maybe they could have taken that would have made you happy that they said, instead of trading out, that they ended up taking that player? And I don't know that that player exists, right? I don't look at everybody in the third round and say, man, why didn't they take X, Y, Z, this guy, that guy, the other guy? So in the end, I'm looking back at that third round. The one guy was Charles Grant, who was a offensive tackle from William and Mary. I heard some people say that they liked him, that he could have been a guy at that spot as kind of a swing tackle because they do need that position. But other than that, Savion Jones was the LSU edge rusher that was taken in their spot. And I didn't say, hey, why? Man, they missed out on Savion Jones. So they moved to the fourth round, and that's when they ended up getting Ty Robinson. And they ended up getting Ty Robinson in a spot in pick 111. And there's nobody in front of him at pick 111 that you're like, man, I wish they would have got that guy that they could have gotten in the third round. I'm saying that we got picked in the top of the fourth round. So you start to look at that. So again, I think they got to spots where they got the players that they wanted, and there wasn't a player really around them that you're looking at. Now, Billy Bowman Jr., you remember Rick Saratella brought him up on the air the other day. He went in the fourth round at safety. That could have been a guy you took. Maybe you take Billy Bowman Jr. or Ty Robinson in that late third round pick, and then possibly with a fourth round selection. Now, I don't know what the Eagles' fourth round actual number was. See, they moved so many times. I don't know where their actual numbers started and where they moved to and where they got to. But it goes back to the conversation we were having, which is, do you just give the Eagles the benefit of the doubt and not really question some of the stuff that the decisions that they make?
I don't think it's that you give them the benefit of the doubt. Like you have to say everything they do is perfect. But I do think that for Philadelphia, what gets overlooked in these conversations, Mike, is that the Eagles valued a lot of these players a little differently than maybe some of the draft analysts and the people who, spend all year mock drafting and ranking these guys. They valued certain players and said, look, these guys are very high on our draft board, and we would rather, for example, they said we'd rather trade down and end up with Ty Robinson, get out of the third round, than stay in the third round and get maybe a Harold Fannin Jr.
Mm-hmm. I thought there were some players in that round. Was that the second round where Fannin?
Third round.
Where Darius Alexander from Toledo, he would have been a guy I would have had some interest in. Harold Fannin Jr. was a guy that I thought maybe they would have had some interest in. Led the college football world in receptions as a tight end with 117. Had 1,500 receiving yards.
And by the way, the other reason why Fannin Jr. was of interest is because also, remember, your new quarterback coach, Scott Loeffler, is the former head coach of Bowling Green, so there was a connection there.
And he's 6'3", 240, receives, and he blocks. A very competitive blocker when you look at that part of him on the tape. 6'3", 241 pounds. So I thought, man, okay, this could be the guy. And it all goes back to, again, the story of Dallas Goedert and Dallas Goedert. The only other guy, Darius Alexander from Toledo, he would have been a defensive tackle that I would have been intrigued by.
Former teammate of Quinyon Mitchell.
Big dude, 6'4", 305 pounds, pretty good pass rusher. Harold Fannin, they needed a tight end, that we know. The other guy was Landon Jackson, who's an edge rusher out of Arkansas. Would he have been a guy that you could have said, hey, he very athletic, so he kind of fits the Eagles mold. He's a guy who...
He fits the Eagles Fangio scheme. He's a guy who's versatile. He's a guy who could play the run and pass rush, and he performed well on a not very good Arkansas team last year.
Exactly. So I was a little surprised there. But overall, do we give the benefit of the doubt to the Eagles because Howie has been so successful?
I think you have to on some level because, like you just said, he's not just because he's been successful, because Howie said it himself, that he has been exercising patience, and that patience has been paying off more often than not over the last 4 to 5 years. So, and again, it's not that, like Sal Palantonio said it to you on Monday, Mike, about how, hey, Malachi Starks would have made a lot of sense. And it's not that, I don't think the Eagles at any point in time said, we don't want Malachi Starks. I think it was, we don't want Malachi Starks for what someone's asking us to trade up and get him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and by the way, the Phillies lineup is just out, so we'll get that out to you in just a second. But Malachi Starks would have been a guy that, as Sal mentioned, would have been a plug-and-play guy. I don't know that Drew Makuba is a plug-and-play guy.
Why is that?
I don't know that he starts from day one, that's all. He's a smaller guy. I think Malachi Starks would have been the most talented player in that room right away. I don't know that Drew Makuba is the most talented guy right away. He might be the most talented guy, but his size limitations, that kind of stuff. I like what he brings to the table, but is he going to be a day one starter over Sidney Brown?
I would ask the question back to you. Do you trust Sidney Brown to be the starter over Makuba?
It's a fair question. He's kind of a reckless player at times.
He's kind of more of a runaway freight train kind of player. He's not like Makuba. What makes him great is that he's a very disciplined guy.
Well, and talking to Andrew DeCecco, one of the things he likes about Makuba, you said discipline. He's a very intelligent player, smart guy. He'll know the system. He's going to learn all the verbiage. He's not going to shouldn't have a hard time adjusting. But he is positional versatility. But what is he? Is he a free safety? Is he a nickel back? Are you going to play him at safety ultimately right away? He can run.
I mean, Fangio has started rookies in the past, even before he got to Philadelphia.
Last year, absolutely.
Well, I mean, before Philadelphia. He did it in Denver and Chicago with the 49ers. So he's not afraid to look at Makuba and say, look, this is the best guy. We're going to run with him.
Oh, listen, if he's the best guy, I don't think he's not going to. Like last year, you remember Cooper DeJean was hurt. He missed the first 4 weeks, but they were struggling at that spot. So as soon as Coop was ready, they plugged him right into that spot.
Now,
if Makuba isn't hurt and he's at training camp, he will be in competition with Sidney Brown and Tristan McCollum. Lewis Seen's there as well.
Lewis Seen is a fascinating one because remember, he is a guy who was a first-round pick. He was the Georgia safety a lot of people loved. And then injuries derailed his time in Minnesota, and he basically fell out of favor up there. So is he a guy that can come into camp and maybe steal this?
One thing about Makuba is he has positional versatility. He can run. He also can hit. So much what Sidney Brown's strength is, his ability to kind of be a Tasmanian devil type of player. He's all over the – and remember, they played Sidney Brown at nickel for a couple games. That didn't go so well, though.
It didn't go so well.
No.
But maybe there's a scenario where for Philadelphia they can get creative now with Makuba and Brown. And by the way, there's always that one other question, Mike. Justice Simmons is still out there.
Well, we talked about that with McMullen the other day. One of the things that Makuba has been described as is a guy, I know that Mel Kiper kind of compared him to Troy Polamalu in play style, saying, hey, whenever I watch Texas play, you would just say, where did this guy come from? Where did this guy come from on the field? He listed him as one of his sleepers for this draft. Louis Riddick also listed him as one of his sleepers. So everybody seems to like him. So talent-wise, yeah, you might be getting a player that you're saying to yourself, hey, this guy is going to win that job. Is he going to be an upgrade over Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, though?
Well, he might be because for this one reason, Mike. In his last 26 games in college, 0 penalties by Makuba.
As I mentioned, Andrew said over and over how intelligent the player is.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he had some, he acted out a little bit.
I think and that's true. I think when you look at him, very good cover guy, very good speed, positional, all that good stuff. The only problem with him is he lacks the size.
He lacks the size,
something that Vic Fangio is going to hold against him?
I don't think so because I think at least at safety you can get away with that a little bit more because you remember they play that cover 3, right? So you're not asking him to play man-to-man all the time.
No.
You're asking him to play an area.
Now, Louis Riddick has him listed as one of his favorite sleepers, but what he said is, I want this guy on my team. He could be an awesome pick at the bottom of round 3. The Eagles took him at the bottom of round 2, so that they jumped the gun on him a little bit.
Did they jump the gun on him, or did the Eagles, based on their evaluation, say this guy maybe fits our system better than other systems, so we're going to value him higher?
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. All right, when we come back, the Phillies lineup is out for tonight's game, and, well, it's different from last night.
I would hope so.
It is different from last night, but that is, I don't know, is it to be expected? I mean, are we at the point now where Bryson Stott is the leadoff hitter? I'll tell you what the full lineup is next. By the way, Christopher Sanchez is back. He is pitching tonight. All right, a couple changes for the Phils lineup tonight. Phillies lineup for you here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So the Phils tonight, the lineup looks like this. Stott is back in the leadoff spot. Turner's hitting 2, Harper 3, Schwarber 4, Castellanos 5, Realmuto is in the 6th spot. Kepler is back in the lineup tonight. He is hitting 7th, hitting 8th, and playing third base. Edmundo Sosa, no Alec Boehm tonight, who had the big hit last night to get that whole inning started. And Johan Rojas hits 9th. Now, isn't it ironic and funny? You know, a guy gets a big hit in a game, and then the next day doesn't play. Everybody usually bemoans the fact of, he had the big hit last night. He's starting to get hot. Why wouldn't you play him? I don't think anybody's complaining that Boehm's not in the lineup tonight.
No, but I do think it's ironic that we still have another season of 0 days off for Nick Castellanos. But Alec Boehm was at, 3 days off already?
Well, for whatever reason, Castellanos has this thing that he wants to play every day. But I just find it interesting that Boehm, who did find – and by the way, Boehm over the last – I don't know. What's his batting average over like the last 2 weeks here? He's actually kind of – listen, he's had a terrible, terrible season. But – for the most part, over the last, 2 weeks or so, he's kind of started to hit the ball. He's got like a little bit of a thing going on here. Been disappointing. There's no way around that. And I'm not complaining that he's having the day off today. He shouldn't be a guy that plays this every single day just because. Not right now. Now he is, what's he up to on the season right now?
Alec Boehm in his last 16 games.
Last 16.
He has a 283 batting average with 5 RBI, and he has 17 hits in those 16 games.
Yeah, his last 14 days, he's 311 with a 360 on-base percentage. The problem with Boehm has been, so he's hitting 311 with a 360 on-base, 400 slug. Those numbers are fine. 360 OPS is good. It's not like, it's not outstanding, but it's pretty good. He's only got 4 RBI. He's got no home runs the whole season.
Yeah.
So the fact that he has no home runs, 4 ribbies, at 311 batting average and a 360 on base and a 400 slug, that's mind-boggling in the last 2 weeks that those are his numbers. Now, you would say, okay, in his last 14 days, he's played 12 games. He's hitting 311, 360, and then he's got the hit last night, big spot against a good pitcher. And he's not in the lineup today, which, again, I'm not complaining about. I think it's fair. Find ways for Sosa to get a little bit of playing time. And, you can't just say, Edmundo Sosa, you're only going to be platooning at second base with Stott. So I would imagine they want to try to find other ways to get him into the lineup. This is a creative way to kind of do it. I don't have a problem with that.
Again, I don't hate it. I just think it contrasting – a guy like Boehm, who's you mentioned, who has done fine in the last couple of weeks, with a guy like Castellanos who's been like the roller coaster ride from hell, basically, at times. Some days Castellanos is in fuego, and other days he's not. But yet it's like, okay, Boehm, you get the 3rd day off this month, and Castellanos, keep trying out there, buddy.
Again, for whatever reason, he wants to play every single day. I don't know what the background of that is. So, and by the way, do they really have anybody else to play right field? They have a lot of guys. Exactly.
I mean, you could put Kepler out there in theory. Put
theory.
Sosa in left field.
Again, Sosa, if you're going to play him, you would probably prefer him to play second like he did yesterday, third like he did today, or left field in very minor situations. They just don't have a lot of options to go play. Now, maybe now with Weston Wilson here, if you want to play Wilson in left. So maybe now you might see Castellanos. I don't know where the genesis of him wanting to play this 162 came from because he never did that before.
It's just weird, but it is what it is.
Now, Sosa, who is in the lineup again tonight, so that's back-to-back games for Sosa. He had an offer last night. In his last 2 weeks compared with Boehm, now he's only played 5 games. He's 2 for 8. He's hitting 250 in that time frame. So he hasn't given you that spark in the games that he has played as recently, but you're hoping that he gives you that spark tonight, getting a chance to play back-to-back days, and you put that you put him at the bottom of the line. I don't have a problem with that. You hit Sosa in the 8-hole tonight, no problem there.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with batting him tonight in that slot. I think what's interesting, though, is who's back at the top of the lineup. Bryson Stott.
Well, it appears that Stott has kind of wrangled this leadoff thing at least for the time being. He has done nothing to lose that spot. Like, I was not a big fan of them moving him. I'm not going to lie. I kind of was like, I don't love this, but he has done a good job in that spot.
Since becoming the leadoff hitter, Mike, in 13 games as the Phillies leadoff hitter, he has a 304 batting average, 365 on base. He has 9 RBI in that slot, along with 5 walks and 4 stolen bases.
Yeah, no, he's been excellent in that spot. A 365 on base is very good. 304 batting average, can't complain with that. His slug 464. His OPS is 829, which is really good. You over 800 OPS, very good. He's even stealing bases at the top of the order. He's got 4 stolen bases. So, yeah, Stott has done a good job. The only thing that's interesting about Stott is you don't hit him in the leadoff hot spot against left-handed pitching. I don't know that I've ever seen a situation like this. You're batting leadoff, and then when you're not in the lineup. And that is essentially what has happened for him. I don't remember days that he has not hit, maybe it has happened, where he's not in the lineup. When he's not hitting leadoff since they moved him there, that he's somewhere else in the lineup. He's usually just not in the lineup.
Right, they just take him out of the lineup altogether against left-handed pitching.
Yeah. This is an interesting number for Stott. As the leadoff man, as the first batter of the game, he is hitting .455 with a .539 on-base percentage, a .993 OPS. This is when he's the first batter of the game. Now, when he leads off of an inning, he's hitting .308 with a .379 on-base percentage. So, hey, for now, the people who are being critical of Stott,
people like me,
I wasn't critical of him as much as, to me, he's just a meh. Like, I don't think he's a problem. I wasn't asking for him to be replaced. I would just, okay, you want to platoon him or do something with him? Fine. But he has exceeded my expectations, and I'm surprised he has excelled as the leadoff hitter here. Now, we talked about this yesterday. The Phillies have the third best on-base percentage in all of baseball. That has to start translating to some runs. All right, when we come back, it's football at 4. Jeff Mosher's in the house. We'll get Mosher's take on all things Eagles. Jordan Davis got the 5th-year option picked up by the Eagles. What message does that send? All that and more. We'll get thoughts on training camp battles that he's watching and more when we come back on the Sports Bash. Football at 4 is here on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the YouTube and on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. The dust has settled on the draft. Now we've got training camp battles to look at. We'll have the OTAs coming up, the rookie mini camps, and all that stuff. We'll take a look at all these players might impact those position battles. And do we give Howie Roseman the benefit of the doubt? Is that fair? Is that a fair way to kind of do it? We'll take a look at that and more. Plus some news around the Eagles today. They have picked up the 5th-year option on Jordan Davis. What does that say and what does that mean? We'll talk about it with Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast at InsideTheBirds.com as he joins us now on a Wednesday edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Pass. Geoff Mosher, what's up, dude?
How you doing, Mike? What's going on?
All is well, man. I appreciate it as always. Looking forward to we got so much to talk about with this team. You know, we were talking the other day, all right? The question was asked to me. Last year the Eagles had what? The number 1 defense in the NFL. The question I got asked was, is it fair to say that this would you say that this defense is a top 3 defense? And I said, I don't think I can say that. Is that a fair answer by me, or am I not giving Vic Fangio the benefit of the doubt and enough credit?
Yeah, man, that's tough. Is it fair to say that right now it's hard to say that, but also right now it might be hard to say that they're not? You know, like, I hate to just not answer the question directly, but every year brings on its new set of challenges, its new schedule, its personnel changes. I think the Eagles will still be a pretty good defense because they have good players. You know, obviously they have maybe the best defensive lineman in football in Jalen Carter, and you see how he can wreck a game single-handedly. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean were huge parts of their success last year. You saw how much of a difference just putting DeJean in at nickel made 5 weeks into the season over Avonte Maddox. Zach Bowen now with stability, and even if Nakobe Dean doesn't come back, we'll see what the first-round pick does. And Trotter Jr., I don't think it's far-fetched to say, even with their losses of Milton Williams and Sweat and Slay, that the guys they put in there and have signed and drafted can't do the job. We would have never said last year. In fact, we did say last year that, there's no way Zach Bond and Devin White are going to be that good, and there's no way Quinyon Mitchell and DeJean as rookies can step in and just make that much of a difference, but they did. So I think the elements and components are there that they could be a top 3 defense, especially up front if you get really good production out of Olajari, and if you can get Jalen Hunt to continue to grow and Nolan Smith comes back, and we'll see with the other defensive tackle spot. So I think the opportunity is there to be a top 3 D.
Well, I think the opportunity.
I can understand feeling the other way too.
Yeah, I think the opportunity's there, but I mean, you can't tell me today that Ty Robinson is going to make up for the loss of Milton Williams initially, maybe 2-3 years down the road, and if he does right away, great. Is Maro Ojomo going to raise his level to where they're getting the similar production? I don't know about that. Jalen Hunt, Ojolari, and Uche, and Bryce Huff. Okay, are they going to give you the snaps that Josh Sweat? To put my money on Jalen Hunt as we're having this conversation on April 30th, that's hard for me to do, man. I mean, I'm intrigued by that. Fair. I'm intrigued by that. Not to mention, Moshe, all right, I lost Darius Slay. This guy was a very good player. You're putting potentially Kaylee Ringo in there, who's a complete wild card at that spot. The safety spot, you have the greenest safety room maybe in the league right now at that spot, replacing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And by the way, I'm assuming that Zach Bond, who was an All-Pro last year, is as good, if not better than he was a year ago. That's a lot for him to live up to.
Yeah, there's a lot more question marks now than there was at the end of last year. There's no doubt about it. I'm personally cautious of, especially after last year, and seeing how good this coaching staff is on defense, of turning those question marks into definitive skepticism. You know what I'm saying? Like, and putting a lid on what I think some of the guys that they have brought in through either free agency or the draft can do. So that's why I say you can convince me that they could be a top 3 defense. You can convince me that they're not going to be as good as last year, and we'll have to figure out a way to compensate for that.
I would agree. I would say on the surface, if I had to answer the question, I have a hard time thinking that the replacements they brought in are going to be better than the people they replaced.
Fair.
Right away.
Absolutely fair.
Right away,
Yeah.
right? And then you're also assuming that the guys who had a big part of what your success last year, and I'm hopeful, and I think that Quinyon Mitchell will be as good, if not better. Cooper DeJean will be as good, if not better. Zach Bond, he's a wild card, man. I don't know if I can say he's going to be as good. I mean, geez, he was about as good as you can ask for at that position.
Well, that's where you kind of have to also get into, though, your continuity among your coaching staff, your identity. You know, the Chiefs had to trade L'Jarius Sneed. He was a really good corner. But they can't pay everybody, so they traded him. They lost Willie Gay, the linebacker, to the Saints in free agency, and I think that there was somebody in their upfront pass rush also in free agency that they lost too. Obviously not Chris Jones, but, you know, they had a couple of losses on defense over the last 2 years. But as you've seen, they managed to be a far better defensive team last year than offensive team. And part of that is just Spagnuolo, the coaching staff, the culture, the continuity, guys come in, the expectations set. You see that with championship level programs. So while you're right that there's all these losses and uncertainty, I don't think we should be surprised if there's a standard, though, that's upheld and that translates, even with new names, that this is still a really good, rock-solid top-end defense because they, A, do still have really good talent in the areas they need to, and B, the coaching and the standard set could really be a template for them, like for the Chiefs or other good defensive teams that lose a lot of players but still are always up in that top 5, top 10 range.
Right, so it's the theory of, and this is where I'm glad you went down this road. It's, you know, do we give the Eagles, and do they deserve the benefit of the doubt? Hey, any lineman drafted? Oh, he'll be fine because Jeff Stoutland has him. Any defensive player drafted? Oh, they'll be fine. Vic Fangio knows what he wants to do with these guys. Any guy drafted or trade that's made, it's fine because Howie Roseman always wins it. Like, have the Eagles earned this much benefit of the doubt?
You know, I think they're starting to really get into that terrain. Look at the Ravens. They're historically a really good defensive team. 2 years ago, some of the advanced metrics said that was the best Ravens defense in NFL history, which is pretty amazing because, you know, there was the 2000 Ravens and some other Ravens teams that really ranked high as well. We all saw that with our eyes. Now, last year, new defensive coordinator had a ton of losses on defense, and the first 8 weeks of the season, they did not look like your vintage Ravens team. But then they brought Dean Pease in as an advisor, and he had been with the Ravens during some of their best years. They made some tweaks. They started playing their defensive backs a little bit differently to put them in a position to succeed. And lo and behold, by I think the last 6-7 weeks of the season, the Ravens were back to being who the Ravens were defensively. And so that goes and plays into the culture, the coaching, the standard that they've always set, and the benefit of the doubt that you give that organization. I think the Eagles are creeping towards that. Now, it's not like Vic Fangio has been an Eagles defensive coordinator for 20 years, but he's been a really good defensive coordinator in the league for a long time. And obviously he did such an amazing job, him and his coaching staff last year, that I am willing to say I still think this can be a really, really good Eagles defense because of that.
Yeah.
Because of the template, the coaching staff, the talent that they do have. And I'll give some of the benefit of the doubt that the additions that they made are going to be able to hold their own and keep this thing going.
If you were to ask me, Moshe, like, okay, give me your opinion, my opinion would be yes. I think that these guys, Bond will be equally as good. I don't see him, being a problem. I think Mitchell will be outstanding. I think Cooper DeJean will be outstanding. I don't know what to think of Jalix Hunt. I'm kind of up in the air on whether or not, this guy, they just found some freak of nature in the third round that nobody had pegged in that spot. Like, he's a complete wild card. Is Nolan Smith going to take another step forward? Jahad Campbell, where does he kind of fit in? We haven't mentioned him yet. Is that corners? Like, I would be more inclined to say yes. I think the answers to a lot of this is I think they're going to be very good.
Yeah, I would agree with you too. I think at very worst, as long as they're healthy, right, and they don't have a rash of injuries, because that always changes the conversation. But very worst, they're not going to fall too far from that number one spot. I can't see them going to 19th or 20th because of who they lost. I think I'd be shocked if they weren't a top 10 defense, because, again, when you have Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and, the way Zach Bond played last year, I don't think it's going to change. It's not like they're changing the defense. So I'd be shocked if they were out of the top 10, unless they had, again, a rash of injuries, and that's out of their control.
Okay, Geoff Mosher, Inside the Birds podcast. Today, they picked up the fifth-year option on Jordan Davis. Number one, were you surprised by this? And number two, what is the messaging? What does that say about Davis, and then what that means moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, a little, but not that much. The surprise is that this guy is playing in the biggest games of the year, like 11, 12, 13 snaps a game, which is like not a lot. Not that doesn't scream contract extension, but this really isn't an extension. It's just picking up the fifth-year option at a number that's, frankly, it's pretty reasonable, especially if, and again, this is not for this year, it's for next, it's 2026 season. If in his final season here coming up, you're able to get a little bit more out of him. It gives you another year to coach him up. He did do a good job last year. He did, of keeping the weight down. That was not an issue last year with him. Conditioning was not an issue last year with him. It's still a little bit more about technique and, pad level and not really being a great pass or even a good a plus pass rusher. But it gives you another year to keep working on that. And if you see improvement, if he's 30% better next year than what he just gave you, if he's 30% better in 2025 than what he gave you last year in 2024, then you're like, okay, you can still give him a longer term extension if you want, or you can just let him play out that final year, get better production out of him, get him under a decent salary. You're not overpaying, and then it gives you a little bit longer time to make a decision on whether you're just going to let him hit the market after the fifth year, or if you're going to have given him an extension by then.
All right, I know we're ways off on a couple things here. I just want to get a couple Geoff Mosher, just trying to feel out where you are with where this roster is. Would you say, in your mind, that Makuba will be the guy or somebody else in that safety room, or are they still going to look for a safety outside this organization?
Yes, I love that you preface this with we're still a long way here, because something I say today could be completely different 48 hours from now if they make a signing. But given what I know about how they feel about Makuba and what the alternatives are, I would say Drew Makuba. And that's because, and we talked about this on the podcast, this will be out tomorrow morning when we go to the defensive depth chart. Sidney Brown, you kind of go back to when they drafted him. Vic Fangio wasn't the defensive coordinator, but they were kind of playing Fangio-style defenses. But he doesn't really fit that style where you can line him up as a deep safety, a post safety, a box safety, a nickel back, the way Makuba's skill set is. Because a big part of what Vic Fangio wants to do is, especially when you're a safety, is kind of line you up in one spot and then have you in a different spot once the ball is snapped to make the quarterback think. And there's no guesswork really with Sidney Brown because his skill set is not as multi-dimensional as Drew Makuba's. He's basically a box safety who kind of moonlighted at the Senior Bowl as a post safety and showed that he's a pretty good athlete, which they already knew anyway. But that doesn't make you some great post safety, and certainly doesn't make you a nickel back who can cover, slot receivers there. So to me, Makuba, as long as, he translates as a rookie to what you saw in college, is so much more of an obvious fit because you can use him as a movable piece and make that guesswork for the quarterback that you just can't do with Sidney Brown, or at least you haven't seen that with Sidney Brown yet.
All right. Makuba is very interesting. I heard Mel Kiper compare him to Troy Polamalu, that type of player. He said, when I watched him on the tape, he just was, every time I watched it, I kept saying, where did this guy come from? So I don't know if that type of safety is in vogue in today's NFL, right?
Interesting, because I probably would have said that more about Sidney Brown. When I think of Polamalu, I think of a safety who could come up and just knock your helmet off and blitz from the edge, sort of there was Brian Dawkins, and Brian Dawkins gave way to Troy Polamalu. Makuba does definitely play tough and physical, despite his 185 to 190 frame. So I get that. He certainly plays very physically on tape compared to how his body frame looks, but I don't know if we're going to see this guy, blitzing the A gap and sacking quarterbacks and things like that, the way we saw from Polamalu. So that's kind of an iffy comparison to me.
All right. Right now, you got Kaylee Ringo, Adoree Jackson. One of those guys or somebody else?
I'm going to go with one of those guys. I think the difficulty with Mac McWilliams is two things. One, he's a rookie. And two, he's 5. It's not the size. It's more the arm length and the hand size. It translates more to nickel. Now, it doesn't mean he has to be a nickel. He could just wind up being better than those two guys you mentioned. But for the sake of for the spirit of the question and having to decide right now, I would think Ringo. I mean, I imagine, just knowing what I know in conversations, the Eagles would like Ringo to win that job because he's a 4th-round pick. They invested in him. They want to see him win it and play well. And then maybe, at the end of the year, you can say, hey, I've got my long-term starter there at right corner, a contract extension. You sign these one-year prove-it guys like Adoree Jackson as insurance policies, and if they work out, that's great. But you don't really prefer them to win the job over, the guys that you drafted.
All right. Let's play another game here. Ready? You got
Sure.
Ty Robinson and Moro Ojomo. Do they have similar playing time and impact, or does one of those guys separate and become kind of the third guy?
So I think Moro Ojomo is clearly I know he's the leader in the clubhouse, right? I mean, this is his 3rd year. He showed you something in the time that he got. The Eagles felt that when they drafted him in the 7th round, they got a guy who they should have gone a lot earlier, and they like him. So he's the leader in the clubhouse. Ty Robinson will come in. They like Ty, 4th-round pick. I envision Moro Ojomo starting off early, but by maybe a couple weeks into the season, middle of the season, it might be more of a timeshare. And, maybe there's a scenario where by the end of the year, Ty Robinson is just playing better and more disruptive and, is the guy that winds up playing more than Moro Ojomo, but that's after competition plays out and you're seeing these guys over a longer period of time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Got another one for you, okay?
You know what the best part of these games are, Mike, is that I could be completely wrong and nobody's going to remember that I said this on April 30th.
I disagree. People will say, that Geoff Mosher said that so-and-so, it's good fodder, good conversation. I think everybody loves to try to plug these defenses or these things together. Offense, there's not as many of them right now. But on the defensive side, man, there are so many things at training camp that I'm already intrigued by. I remember last year, training camp, it was – that corner room battle, it's going to be crazy with all these guys. And then it kind of materialized, but it didn't. Remember, Quinyon was like at slot at first, and then they kind of moved him. And then next thing you know, this guy's like an all-pro level player. It was like, man, how could they not have seen that from day one? You know what I mean? But like those type of things. Mm-hmm. But the safety thing this year is going to be almost like the corner thing from last year. And then it's at that edge rusher spot, if you were to pick one of the guys, Hunt, Huff, Ojulari, Uche, I don't know, do you put Campbell in the group with that group of guys?
No, I can stop. I'm going Hunt all day, every day in this one. And that's a little bit of a leap of faith, but it's also like the competition, right? Azeez Ojulari is a very good pass rusher, but at his best with the Giants, because he was always hurt, he was a situational pass rusher, a guy who would come in on 3rd down or 2nd and long when you're trying to rush the passer. Pretty much at this stage of his career, I think that's what you would say about Josh Uche as well, who's fighting to make the team. We know Campbell, with the Kobe Dean out, Jihad Campbell is going to get looks at inside linebacker and also be situational edge rusher. When he's not an inside linebacker, they'll toss him out there on the edges as well. So, Jalen Hunt showed you at the end of last year, he was playing the majority of snaps at that position because they were real thin. They were basically just going with a 3-man rotation at that time. And what you saw was encouraging and really good and gave you a lot of faith that not only can he rush the passer, Mike, but his run defense was good too. His ability to get off from an offensive tackle, shed it, and then go make a tackle was fantastic.
Geoff,
so if we sit here today, it's got to be him over all those other guys.
Wow, I mean, listen, he was, I think, as big of a surprise because you're right. When Brandon Graham went out, your thought was, man, they're in trouble. And one of the things was, hey, Brandon Graham might not get a sack or yada, but he sets the edge, and he's very good in that role. And Jalen Hunt, who was an undersized guy, coming in as a Ivy League safety, he's out there like you're like, holy mackerel, 58's all over the place. It was pretty crazy to see this guy. I can't wait to see what he brings to the table. I like Ojulari. I like that signing. I think he's a guy to keep an eye on. Very intrigued what happens.
He's always hurt, Mike. You just can't depend on Ojulari. That's why I say it's a really easy yes for me, because what we know, right? What we know is all the other guys have either not played well or gotten hurt, and what we know of Jalen Hunt is that he was well ahead of schedule.
All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. I will leave you with this. By the way, yesterday, Kevin Sheehan from 980 The Team in Washington had a Twitter poll, and I thought it was interesting because he asked the Washington fans, have the Commanders gained ground, lost ground, or stayed the same? And a lot of the Washington fans said gained ground on the Eagles. Do you look at Washington at this point now? Have they closed the gap on Philadelphia?
So, Mike, I always listen to your show, and I heard you guys going through that. And what was shocking about that poll to me is that I believe when you read it out, you said 56% of Washington fans think they gained ground. Is that something close to accurate?
Let me go back real quick and pull it up. But I will say our fans said 56%, same as last year. 35% think they've gained ground, and about 9% think they've lost ground.
Yeah, I was shocked that the Washington fans, because let's face it, all fan bases of their teams tend to be a little extra homer.
Here's the answers from them. 53%, final result, 53% think they've gained ground, 40% think it stayed the same, and 6% think they've lost ground.
Honestly, I'm shocked that it's only 53% of Washington fans think they gained ground for two reasons. One, fans are homers. They want to always look at the bright side and only see the goodness, right? So you can tell that fan base has just been beaten through the roof. If this were the opposite, like if Washington had won the division with the kind of roster the Eagles had and the Eagles hadn't, but they were on the come up with a Jay Daniels quarterback and made these moves, like bringing in a left tackle, bringing in a Debo Samuel, Eagles fans would be in the upper 80 to 90% yes that we've gained ground on this team, because most fans are homers. So I'm surprised. I think it says a lot about how beat down the Washington fan base has been for a couple of decades. They're just not ready yet to put their feet in the water. They're still dipping their toes, because I think they've absolutely gained ground on the Eagles, because they've added way more talent than they've lost. The Eagles have lost a ton of talent. Now, I'm not sitting here telling you I think Washington's better than the Eagles or that Washington's going to have a better year, but I think it's pretty clear that they're a force, an upcoming force, and they added some, not just talent, but talent areas that they needed the most. Their offensive line should be significantly better. They still need a playmaker, but at least they added Debo Samuel. They had a nice corner in the draft. Their biggest loss was what, Jeremy Chin? I'm sorry, I don't compare that to losing like Josh Sweat and Milton Williams and Darius Slay. So I see Washington as a team that gained ground. The big question is, how much ground? Was it enough to say that they're going to win the division? We know the history of the NFC East. I heard you talking to your buddies, Geoff and OC. I understand why he put that money down on Washington to win the division, because, hey, nobody has won this division 2 years in a row in going more than 20 years now, and that is one heck of a trend.
Unbelievable. All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, Monday you teased that you had an announcement. Do you still have this announcement, or am I going to wait till Monday for this announcement?
Well, you must not be scrolling your Twitter timeline. Josh Hennig knew of my great announcement.
I didn't know if you were ready to reveal this great announcement today, so I was trying to set it up for you.
Yep, no, and listen, I purposely just put this thing out just a few minutes before I came on with you, because I wanted your listeners who might not have seen it to be able to hear it first, and that today I accepted a new job, a new position as Deputy Sports Editor at Philly Voice. So I'll be working closely with Jimmy Kempski, Evan Macy, Adam Aronson, Nick Tricome, all the great sports writers and staff at Philly Voice, and I look forward to contributing. I'll be writing, editing, obviously doing a lot of Eagles, but other Philadelphia sports as well, columnizing, and I'm really excited about it. And not to worry, I'll still be podding with Inside the Birds. There's not going to be any major changes to Inside the Birds.
Very cool. Well, congratulations there. That's a great team. Jimmy does a great job on the Eagles. Adam's very good with the Sixers. That whole crew is very good over there, and just having you on board, I'm sure, will help take them to another level. And, of course, nothing changes with Inside the Birds, and nothing changes with Football at 4 right here on the Sports Bash. Moshe, I've known you for a long time, man. You are a great professional, and they are lucky to have you.
I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you very much, and I still look forward to being on with you as much as I am, and, we just go full steam ahead.
All right, brother. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks to all your great listeners, too.
All right, Geoff Mosher, everybody. There you go. Some insight from him on the Eagles, but also congratulations to him. He is the new deputy editor, sports editor at Philly Voice. For those of you who follow guys like Jimmy Kempski, who covers the Eagles, he will essentially be a voice in that room now. But Inside the Birds and Football at 4, they stay the same. When we come back, we stay the same. We go to the Nuggets. Knicks Nuggets are coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Time for the Nuggets now. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick's Nuggets with Nick Earnshaw. He is the host of the Shift podcast, and he is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He joins me now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. I can't wait to see what the Nuggets include today after that game last night. What's up?
Cool. Oh, my goodness, Mike Gill. Last night, I almost had a heart attack watching that game. It was brutal. That ending should have never happened the way it did. I mean, listen, entertaining. It was very entertaining. If you are a baseball fan or even just a casual fan, that's an entertaining way to end a ball game. But, however, I have a lot of problems with the win. It was an awful win. That's what I want to call that last night. An awful win. And listen, I'm always about getting the W, but that was brutal last night. And we'll get into that a little bit. But this question, which contract in Philadelphia sports are you amnestying? Like, I love this question. And I think this one is a no doubt slam dunk, Mike. It's the Paul George deal. And that's where we're going to start with nugget number one. Paul George is my contract. I am axing. Get rid of. See ya. In a heartbeat. That is the easiest one for me because here's the problem. I'll give you four minor nuggets. I'll give you half nuggets with this. Ready? Max deal for Paul George. That's number one reason. You get that off the books. Felt like a fourth option. The Sixers didn't feel like that team that he wanted to go to, especially when they signed him. They had to send the whole unit there, and we all know the picture that went viral with Morey, Dr. J, the whole thing. The injury history, okay? We know that Paul George has an injury history. The year before he signed it, all of a sudden he plays almost every game. Okay, there's that aspect. Then you got the age. He's in his mid to late 30s now. He's going to be in his late 30s by the time the contract ends. So there's that. And then the final reason, he's got a nauseating podcast. That might be the only reason why you axe that contract, so we can get rid of the podcast out of this area and my feed and my algorithm because I can't take it anymore. I don't want to see it. Paul George is the number one answer.
Well, I went Trey Turner, and I didn't have a lot of hesitation. And the George thing, these are obviously all bad deals. George, less time here. Trey Turner, 8 more years at $27 million. He's going to be getting paid $27 million when he's 40 years old. You're already watching him and saying, I'm getting ripped off. You're going to watch this for 8 more years? Can you imagine watching Trey Turner play like this when he's 37, 38, 39, 40? You're going to be paying him $27 million in his age 40 season.
Listen, at least we've gotten some decent numbers out of him at times, okay? You've gotten some decent moments out of him. There, all right. I can live with that a little bit longer. Listen, it's a bad contract. I know that. But Paul George is way worse. I can't take the Paul George contract. It shouldn't have been signed in the first place.
I think the Paul George look, these are all bad contracts. That's why you're asking this question. But the Paul George contract only has 3 years left on it. I can hang out for 3 years. 8 years of Trey Turner, I don't see where that goes well.
We've already had to go through misery with the Sixers for years and years and years and years. You're just tacking 3 more on with another max contract. I can't take it. And at least he does. At least Trey Turner doesn't have a podcast. Okay, I can't take podcasts.
Well, I don't need to. I don't listen to podcasts anyway, so that doesn't bother me. 1, 2. Trey Turner. Imagine if you had $300 million spread out in that bullpen.
But at least he plays, Mike. Paul George gets hurt. He's hurt all the time. At least Trey Turner is pretty much in the lineup almost every night. At least at least Trey Turner plays. And I'm not advocating for Trey Turner. I'm not a big Trey Turner guy. But, I mean, at least he shows up every night. He can give you a 290 average. Fine, solid. I mean, defensively, that we know that's a disaster. But I can live with the Trey Turner contract a little bit more than the Paul George. Paul George, I can't take 3 more years of that. That I can't. What is he going to play 10 games a year? I can't take that.
Hey, listen, if he's not on the court, I can't be mad at him. Trey Turner, I have to actually watch him and be frustrated by the fact that he's not living up to the deal. Even last night, he had 4 hits, and they felt like the 4 most meaningless hits. He was 4 for 4 when he came to the plate in the 9th inning last night. Did you have any anticipation that he was going to come through in that moment?
No, he has no clutch gene. He lost the clutch gene after he played in the World Baseball Classic. That's been gone. That's sayonara. We haven't seen that in a while. So, listen, it's a bad contract. I'm not saying the Trey Turner is not a bad contract, but
are there not any
worse
of the questions of the options I gave you? Are you not even considering any of them?
I consider every single one of them. I think you're right. Embiid, you have to consider because, I mean, if you look at it, the injuries, they've piled up. That one, and listen, you gave it to him before all of this season happened. So maybe you combine the Embiid and the Paul George, you get rid of both of them. I mean, you could do that. But no, at least Embiid, he's won an MVP here, and you got another shot after this surgery. So we'll wait and see on Embiid. So Embiid is more towards the bottom of the list, but I see why he's there. Paul George is at the top for me. Trey Turner, I think, is right there, up there with Paul George. I tend to agree with a lot of what you're saying. I just think Paul George is worse. Nola, I can live with Nola for a couple more years. Nola, I'm not as mad at, but it's looking like it might not be the greatest contract. But pitchers have a tendency to figure it out. So I'm with the Nola one. Huff, you can get rid of too.
Yeah, listen, if I'm ranking them right now, like if I was putting in hierarchy, it's definitely Turner 1, okay, George 2. They're the 2 worst. And then after that,
I might have to go Huff. Huff, I think, has to be higher. He's awful.
He's bad, but guess I will say he contributed nothing. He got hurt and he missed a lot of time, but I will give him the benefit of the doubt for year number 2. Turner's 1, George's 2. I mean, Embiid to me, I'm not the guy who's going to just go after Embiid. I'm a big Embiid guy. I think there's a lot of criticism that are warranted for Embiid, but I've had so many joyous moments watching Embiid. Now, I've had a lot of pain being frustrated with Embiid as well.
Same with Nola. It's kind of the same idea with Nola a little bit. You've had a lot of pain with Nola at times. We've also had some really good moments, especially in the postseason.
Nola and Embiid aren't in the – Nola is the anti-Embiid. He makes every start. He is durable. He is dependable. He just – you don't know which Nola you're getting. You're on the Nola coaster. Embiid, the frustrating part is he's not dependable. But when he's there, he would be a Cy Young Award winner. I mean, he's the MVP of the league when he plays, but when he doesn't, that's the frustrating part about Embiid. That's why for Embiid, like when he plays, he's a joy to watch. I mean, he is just so dominant and so much fun. And I remember growing up, this is one of the reasons why I think, are you a LeBron or are you a Jordan?
Oh, Jordan by a mile. It's not even close to me.
All right. Well, this is why I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm not like, let's get into this, LeBron.
Oh, yeah. This could get. I'm so tired of the Jordan-LeBron debate anymore. It is just so nauseating at this point.
But here's the reason why I think someone, like for me, for instance, my reasoning for Jordan over LeBron. LeBron might be the better player, more skilled, physical, bigger, stronger, faster. But when I watch a team in a game and Michael Jordan was on the floor, I didn't think my team had a chance to win that game. When LeBron plays, I don't feel like, hey, I have no shot because James is out there. He might be physically more dominant, all of that stuff. But that killer instinct to win the game, I never felt when the Sixers were in a series against the Bulls. I said they have no shot. There's no chance they're beating this team because Michael Jordan is just too good. I never felt that way when LeBron played. I didn't feel that team was insurmountable because they had LeBron and we didn't.
Yeah, you had a chance to win when you play LeBron. LeBron isn't feared like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was feared back in the day. And he showed up every night and played defense too. LeBron takes nights off. He took nights off all the time throughout his career. He jumped teams. I mean, there's a whole thing to it, but he was feared. And when you're feared, that is a totally different type of mentality, especially when you're going up against a player like a Jordan, like a Kobe, with that mentality. And that Jordan has 6-0 in the finals. He's got a lot more, and he has the accolades to back it up. And he was more of a two-way player than LeBron. I'm not saying LeBron can't play defense, but he showed up every single night and gave you everything he had every single night. LeBron's load managed. I mean, give me a break. No wonder he's playing until he's 40. So with that, let's move to nugget number 2. I want to talk about last night's game with the Phillies, and that was an absolute roller coaster, a defensive disaster. Now, you were not putting the blame on Kerkering in the 9th inning, correct?
I said at the beginning, I don't put a ton of blame on Kerkering, but I am starting to waver on him as a dependable, reliable reliever. For whatever reason, his stuff is not playing. He should be a swing and miss guy. His stuff is so dominant. He should be swing and miss. His fastball is 98. His slide, his sweeper, whatever the hell he calls it these days, it's nasty. But it's not getting the outs. It's not getting strikeouts. A guy in his role, the right-handed guy at the back end of that bullpen, I think the Phillies are looking at, we need you to be a strikeout guy. Too much contact from him. And yes, he got let down by his defense last night. But this isn't the first time where too much contact against him. No,
but Rojas, wow. I mean, listen, great for him. He had a home run last night. Awesome. Great. Defensively, what is going on? He is supposed to be a defensive stopper. Nothing should get by him. And he made multiple mistakes last night. You can't overrun a fly ball like that in center field, especially when you're supposed to be the defensive guy. He's made too many mistakes. Trey Turner also making mistakes in the field. That's starting to happen again. That was frustrating. If you're a pitcher, I mean, it's the second time in just a couple of days that I've seen Trey Turner cost the Phillies a run. Like that can't happen from a starting shortstop, and it happened in center field as well. Listen, I know they had all the hits last night. Great. But you almost cost them the game. There is no reason that it should have been a walk-off, should have gotten to the bottom of the ninth. I'm not going to blame last night on Kerkering. I hear your point. He's struggled this year. His stuff hasn't landed like it probably should have. But last night, I'm not putting on Kerkering just because of the defensive disaster that went on out there.
Oh, listen, again, I agree. I'm not blaming him specifically for last night, defensive problems, but too much hard contact. That ball was a laser off the bat.
It was, but catchable.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying too much hard contact. The home run, that's a bomb. It's golfed out of there, crushed. The ball to center field is a laser. Now, should he have caught it? Absolutely. I'm not debating that. But that is hard contact that if you give up that kind of contact more times than not, you're going to get in trouble. Too much hard contact Kerkering has been given up. Very disappointing to me. I thought he had much better swing and miss stuff, and that's not been the case so far.
I know. You were a Kerkering guy through and through, and it hasn't paid out. Listen, it's April. It's going to be May tomorrow, so now we can't say the April thing anymore.
I'm down on the guy. I'm just a little disappointed.
Yeah, I hear you. I think most people are about Kerkering because we've seen him come up so fast. And now, listen. All right, we'll see if he can get it going. All right, final nugget of the day. I want to talk about the Jordan Davis situation with his contract and the Eagles picking it up for 2026. I thought this was really interesting because Jordan Davis's snaps have really taken a dive in the past couple of years, Mike. And I'm very curious to see what they do with Jordan Davis and how they pay Jordan Davis. I mean, he's essentially become mostly a 2-down lineman. There's been questions about, how he's handled it, his body, etc. Were you shocked that they actually picked this up? And do you think it'll lead to them giving him more opportunities next year, especially with them losing guys on the defensive line?
No, I actually thought that Jordan Davis, look, he has started every game the last 2 seasons. I think he is a big part of what they do. He was more of a rotational guy, but last year he was pretty darn good for this team last year. And I thought he was pretty good in the playoffs for them. And I think because he got drafted so high, 13th overall, I think he was he the 13th pick, and that they traded up to go get him too.
Yes.
I think you just anticipate like a much bigger impact, but I think he's kind of grown into the role here. He's, good against the run. Those numbers, you don't get stats for being good against the run, right? That's not something that ends up happening here. But I think Jordan Davis is a guy that is a little underappreciated. Now, I don't think that $12.9 million is the number that the Eagles wanted to sign him for, but they obviously value him and what he brings enough that they figured, all right, let's exercise the option, and then we'll try to figure something out here. But over the last 2 seasons, I think he's been a guy that's kind of grown into that role a little bit better. Now, he's not a star. When you draft someone at 13, I think you're anticipating a star, and that hasn't happened. But yeah, I'm not shocked by this.
Listen, his snaps took a dip last year. I mean, he played 445 snaps last year. Okay, he was behind a Jomo. He was behind Milton Williams, but now you don't have Milton Williams there.
Well,
They're
keep
gonna
in
give him
mind,
more of an opportunity.
Keep in mind, he's generally out there in running situations.
Right,
He's not out there to be a pass rusher. So, if you're looking at the snaps and saying, hey, did he do his job against the run? I don't know, like, what's the Eagles' yards attempt when he's on the field, in that situation? I'm not sure.
And it's something to monitor if they want to give him a contract extension, though. Do they just go through the draft again and draft another defensive lineman and let him walk after 26? If they all right, we're only using him on 2 downs, we can get another guy, another Jordan Davis.
It's an expensive position. I'll give you that. Like, for what he does to pay what you had to pay,
right?
To keep him here, it's an expensive position, no question.
It is. All right, Mike. 3-pack of nuggets. Heading down to the ballpark today. I'll be sending some updates out on the X platform tonight.
Here's my question, okay?
Ooh.
Is the plan to use Bryson Stott? Is Bryson Stott platooning with Sosa? When he's not leading off against a lefty, he hasn't been in the lineup.
This is a question. Maybe I might have to fire this one off tonight.
That's what I'm saying. That's the question for tonight. Hey, Stott's leading off tonight. Last night he didn't play. He wasn't in the lineup. Is that going to be the way this goes now?
I'll see what we can do. Tonight, all right?
Sounds good.
All right, Mike.
All right.
I'll talk.
There you go. The Nuggets are brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do here on the Sports Bash Live. Yeah. Somebody pointed out today that I'm wearing this brace on my arm. I got the tennis elbow. My doctor gave me this. He told me that I should wear it more. I went to the doctor yesterday, and he said that this thing should probably help out. So far, it's actually working. I'm actually able to pick up my my drink and my coffee mug today. Should have probably put this thing on a little earlier. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, it's today's edition of Rye or Sigh. We are getting into some a lot of different topics today on the topical list. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. 5 o'clock hour here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Final hour of the show. It's Wednesday night. Got the Phils back in action tonight, taking on the Nationals. Winning ugly last night. Little Eagles post-draft. You guys out there chiming in on the text board, 609-403-0973. It's time for Rye or Sigh. Ryan Rothstein joins me for the final hours of the show. We take a look at everything that's going on. Phillies lineup is out tonight. Stott's back at the top. You've got Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, and Sosa's in the lineup tonight. He's really the only change. Bohm is out. Sosa is in. So that's your lineup tonight. You got Rojas in the 9-hole tonight. Who would have thought Rojas is an offensive explosion and a defensive liability all of a sudden for the Phils? We'll talk about Phils, NBA playoffs continuing. You've got all that happening right now as we start this 5 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash. Let's get into it. Another edition of Rye or Sigh. We'll take a look at some topics that maybe I'm on board with and possibly I am sighing about. What do we got today?
Yeah, let's do it. We'll get a Weird Wednesday edition in here, MG. So I want to start with the Phils because that game last night, my goodness, was just a perfect snapshot of this team's entire season. Just the ups and downs, the bullpen blowing it. And how about your boy, Trey Turner? I mean, the biggest sigh of the month goes to Trey Turner last night. Give him a standing ovation, 4 for 4, MG, and then an error that he's lucky that didn't cost the Phillies the game. My goodness, the dude can't do anything right. That's where we start. My sigh starts with him.
Yeah, listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Trey Turner at this moment. When they signed him, I didn't mind the signing. I did not like the contract, but what are you going to do? And now the contract looks terrible. $27 million the next 8 years. We talked about that. He's just not a guy that you just can, he was 4 for 4 last night. He stepped to the plate in the 9th inning. He's 4 for 4, and you're like, okay, we got the guy 4 for 4 up. And at no point did you feel like this guy's getting a base hit. Now, they throw a wild pitch, you end up scoring the winning run. But the play in the field is what you remember more so than the 4 hits. He had 4 hits last night. Do you remember that? Or do you remember the fact that he had 2 snafus in the field? It's a shame. I thought this guy was going to be a big-time difference maker. He's not bad, but you can't, for $300 million, get a good player. You need to have a top 10 MVP level player. You ain't getting that.
I almost wish he was bad because he's just forgettable. He's just a face. He's just a dude. It's like I almost wish he was really struggling. Like, show me that you exist is my point.
Yeah, well, listen, somebody just texted in last hour that said his biggest moment as a Philly has come it says his greatest moment with the Phillies is when he hit the grand slam wearing a Team USA jersey. Yeah. He has no moment. He has nothing. Like, even, okay, so if you go and look at Trey Turner, okay, you go look at Trey Turner's splits and say, okay, maybe I'm missing something here. Trey Turner has had some unbelievable hot months in his time in Philadelphia. Like, after that, the whole standing ovation thing, he went on a blistering tear after that. But, like, there's still not a game that, like, he won, and there might be a game where he was, like, 3 for 5 with 2 home runs, and, because of that. But there's not, like, a big game, like a memorable game. Like, where you're like, dude, Trey Turner, remember that game? Like, I can't remember one. Maybe I'm overlooking one. There's not a playoff game where he was, like, all that,
He's never had one big hit. Like, nothing, not a home run, not a play in the field. Like, just go emphasizing your point. Nothing, not even on a minor level.
Now, I'm going back to 2023. That was his first year here. So he's going through that miserable. He did have, in the series against Atlanta, he hit .471 with 2 homers in that series, 2 stolen bases. His on-base percentage was .500. His OPS was .941. So I would say in that series, he was pretty darn good. In the Miami series, now that was 2 games, he hit .571 with a 6. So in those 2 games in 2023, he was really good. He got to the NLCS against Arizona, and he hit .200.
So you said the Atlanta series in 2023, he was just overshadowed by, it was Casty, right?
Castellanos was bananas in that series. He hit like 500.
Right. He was just absolutely not human. So yeah, he got overshadowed a little bit by Cassidy. So okay, he did it all right in that series, but it had to be. Google
I'm trying to be fair to the guy.
out.
I'm trying to be fair to the guy. Like, hey, if he had some moments that I'm forgetting, like I want to point them out, but there's just nothing that has made him feel like. Even Castellanos. Look, I was a big fan of the Castellanos signing. I've been very vocal that I think it's been a disappointment. He doesn't stink. He's just not what I was hoping for when they signed him. That being said, he has moments. I remember Castellanos, you just said, the Braves series.
Yeah. See, exactly. I think those moments are almost worth it for Casty, though, right? Like, and I would almost push back.
He doesn't make $300 million. He makes $100 million, which has me somewhat,
Exactly.
There's a difference between a $100 million player and a $300 million player.
Oh, of course. I'm just saying, like, at least Casty, I think any issues that we have with him, it's almost because of the lineup around him. Like, some of the issues that we have with Casty, I feel like it's more of like, he's just not in the right spot, right? It could be a better.
I don't agree with that.
No?
I think the problem with this lineup is they signed Castellanos for $100 million, and they can't hit him where he belongs. He should be the right-handed bat in the 4-hole, but because he's not produced, they have a hole in the lineup there. That's where he should be hitting for the money they spent on him.
I don't know. I mean, how many years is that contract? Is it 4 years?
No, he's got 2 more, this year and then next year.
Right, but I'm saying he's already been here 2 years.
No, it was a 5-year deal. It was a 5-year deal. Yes.
Yeah. So listen, $20 million. He's had some good production years overall. Some huge moments. The huge series with Atlanta. I'm as frustrated as anybody with the dude. In the World Series, he was embarrassingly bad. He looked like he had no idea what he was doing. So.
Yeah, listen, again, but that's my point. Castellanos, even as frustrated as I've been with him, and
he's given us something.
There's things that he's done that you remember. He has memorable moments. The Atlanta series, he essentially, now I go back to that Atlanta series. Apparently, Trey Turner was very good in that Atlanta series as well. But Castellanos carried them offensively. He had that catch in that series. He's had moments that you remember that he has been a part of this team. In the time that Trey Turner has been here, he has really not done anything that has stood out. Now, I go back to that. He had, in August of 2023, that first year he was here, he hit .333 with 9 homers in the month of August. Then in September, he hit .300 with 7 homers. So in those 2 months, which was about 50 games, he had 16 home runs and almost 40 RBI. So he was really good in August and September that first year here. But that's on the behind hitting 218, 208, just not being very good.
All right, let's keep it moving. Good stuff there. Let's get to the mound, and I want to stick with the Phillies here because last night, once again, another glaring example of this team's issues with the bullpen. It is bad, man. I mean, it is obviously it's bad. I can continue to say it's bad and how awful it's been. It's ugly though, and it's frustrating. This team's got to do something, MG.
I can make an
argument
argument though.
Do something now, and what I'm getting at is they need to bring up Seth Johnson. What are they waiting for? Bring him up.
Well, I mean, we're acting like Seth Johnson, some guy that what are they missing here? This guy was up here last year and was horrendous.
Just they need an arm. They need something different. I'm not saying he's the savior. I'm not saying he's Mariano Rivera, but bring him up.
I have no problem. I have no problem with what you're saying. Bring him up, see if he can be better. Now, they've moved him to the bullpen. He's never pitched out of the bullpen before. They moved him to the bullpen in part because he really is a 2-pitch pitcher. He throws a fastball and a slider, and they're just saying, hey, it's not playing well as a starter. Maybe you should move to the bullpen. So they have made that move. That being said, I can make an argument that the bullpen wasn't the problem in the game last night. I mean, you got Strom came in, did his job. Alvarado, it was a little shaky, but he got out of the inning. And Kerkering, if Rojas catches a ball that a little leaguer would have caught, and the ball at shortstop, you throw the ball to first base like any other shortstop in the world would do, he gets out of that inning.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's fair. You still shouldn't have even put them in that situation, though, right? And it's still all-encompassing of this team's bullpen problem. Right, last night, if that was their first. What do you mean he shouldn't have put him in the situation? He strikes the guy out, then he gives up a single. The next guy hits a ball to Rojas, and it goes over Rojas's head. Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying I'm not happy with that showing. Are you? I mean, the end of the day, the
Who's
bullpen
showing?
was out there when they gave up the lead. I mean, I don't know. I don't want that to happen. I'm
Well,
not going
I
to sit.
mean, I'm not saying the bullpen's a strength. I'm saying you could make an argument last night
Okay,
that
last night they weren't the problem, but for me, I'm still sitting there personally frustrated as all hell that we're in the ninth, we have a 2-run lead, and you blow it. So
yes,
I
like
know there was a ton of factors that played into that, but this team's got a problem, and they need to
yes,
address it.
listen, he strikes the first guy out, the guy hits a single. Then the next ball's hit to Rojas, it goes over his head. That's an out, and 100% of the time it should be an out. That ball should be an out every time.
And
So
that's why you have Rojas out there too, which is
exactly.
frustrating.
Now that guy's on base, and then you hit a ball to shortstop, and the shortstop can't make a throw to first base. I can't put that blame on Kerkering. And then, all right, Kerkering, can you bear down a couple errors behind you? They're not helping you out. And he gives up a tater shot. And at that point, that's where you're disappointed is he couldn't bear down and finish the inning out.
Of course.
Instead of giving up maybe one more run, he ends up giving up a 3-run home run.
It would be nice to have some stud back there where you're like, all right, we have a 2-run lead. We're at home.
Well, I
got
can
you
tell
guys.
you
can
that
make some
stud.
mistakes.
I can tell you that stud is not going to be Seth Johnson.
Of course not. I'm just saying separately to that. It would be nice to have, and they have the complete opposite. So it's frustrating.
I'm disappointed in Kerkering. I thought he was going to have a much bigger impact and be much better. His stuff is really, really good, and for whatever reason, he's not missing enough bats with his stuff because he's got really, really good stuff. Now, Seth Johnson, I don't know. Sure, I'm not arguing with you on that. Bring him up here, put him in that
They need
bullpen.
an
I'd
arm.
much
Yeah.
rather see him up here than Carlos Hernandez or Jose Ruiz, who they're using right now. They have no right-handed arm that you can trust at all. Jordan Romano and Kerkering are your only two right-handed arms that you have any level of trust in, and that level of trust is minimal.
Right. So the depth is not there. You have guys that are some mightily struggling, some certainly not producing to their standard.
By the way, you know what Seth
Arm.
Johnson's ERA was last year in Philadelphia?
Yeah, it was bad. It was
34.
Really bad.
34.
Yeah. Right. You need an arm. I don't want him to close games for us in the NLCS. I want him to come in the 6th or 7th inning for an out or two. I mean, even that could help this pen get some relief.
Yeah, listen, they need to do something. And I don't know that Seth Johnson's going to solve all their problems, but I am not against giving him an opportunity at this point.
I think there needs to be, more than anything, there needs to be some urgency from the front office and from this organization to say, you know what, we are well aware of this problem, and we want to do something.
Well, I will say their first indication that they know this is a problem is moving Seth Johnson to the bullpen at AAA, where he has not pitched before. So, hey, man, we're going to move you to the bullpen because we think that your stuff plays better in the bullpen. So, that's why they've made that move. So they are acknowledging that, hey, your best chance to get – because, look, they don't need a starting pitcher. So, hey, Seth, you want to get to the majors? This is your opportunity. Go to the bullpen.
So there's been these talks now as we gear up for Ranger Suarez's return. There's been mentions of the 6-man starting rotation. And I sigh at that. Just to carry that over into what we were just discussing with the bullpen, right? Do you think that would be the right move, or are you sighing at that as well, where you say this bullpen has all these issues and lack of depth, but you might go to a 6-man rotation?
I sigh at that big time. I hate the 6-man rotation. Why? I got studs, okay? This is like saying, hey, I want to bat 11 guys. No, I want to get back to the top of the order. I know I have 6 pretty good pitchers, but I still want Zach Wheeler to pitch as many times as possible. If I have to keep pushing him off a day, guess who's not happy? Zach Wheeler. And if I have to keep pushing Jesus Luzardo off a day, guess who's not happy? Jesus Luzardo. And it goes all the way down the line. These guys don't want to pitch every 6th day. They want to pitch every 5th day. And you're not good enough to tell me, hey, let's keep Taijuan Walker in the rotation. I should say, scratch that. Taijuan Walker is not good enough to make an exception for him and say, hey, let's just keep him in the rotation so that we can have a 6-man rotation. No, that doesn't play for me. Pitchers don't want to pitch every 6 days, and I certainly don't want to have to watch Taijuan Walker if I don't have to, and if I can have Zach Wheeler throw on that day.
Right. It's something that we discuss a lot with this team, particularly. I remember last year us talking about it. I don't
There's
know
a
why
reason
they're
why
so.
teams don't do it, man. I mean,
Yeah, guys have their routine. To your point, I think that's my biggest thing. Is Wheeler likes to pitch every 5 days. Nola likes to go every 5 days. That's important.
look, in today's world where starting pitchers barely can get out of the sixth inning anymore, you would think more teams would go to this six-man rotation, but to put another guy in your starting rotation on nights where you need to use 3 and 4 bullpen arms because your starters can't get out of the sixth inning, you can't take a guy who's a pitcher and then say 5 arms on our team are not available to pitch on this given day because they're all starters. Can't do it.
It's brutal. It's brutal, but
that's
we
a
shall see.
major sigh.
Major sigh. And I mean, I saw the Painter stuff. It's all encompassing with how they bubble wrap pitchers in today's game. It's sickening.
Well, Painter, this one's interesting for me because Painter is now he's going to throw one more game at Clearwater, and then they're moving him up to AAA. So he's going to go past AA right up to AAA, which is the highest level he will have ever pitched. So are they giving some indication that they might turn his timeline up a little bit? I don't think so, but something to keep an eye on.
I saw they came out and said the earliest is going to be middle of the summer. And I think that's
no, they've been saying this since way back that he's not going to come up until July. I just wonder if the pitching situation is so dire that they say, you know what, we're going to come up and bring. I don't think so. I'm just saying for him to skip over Reading and go right to Lehigh, just maybe kind of raise my eyebrow a little bit.
Yeah, I hope that insinuation ends up being accurate. I would love to see them speed that up a little bit. And I saw he has a 120, 130 range innings limit on the season.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there like, man, I know I'm really thinking ahead, but I will hate to see October come around and he's really revving up and he looks really good. And we're like, oh, he's at 122. Sorry, everybody. Got it. Like, I sigh at that, too.
Well, that's what happened a couple of years ago with Strasburg. Remember?
Yep.
They didn't pitch him in the playoffs because they had innings restrictions on him. No, I think the Phillies, though, they are playing this the opposite. Back then, Strasburg started the season right off the bat, then got to the end of the line, and then they ran out of innings on him. The Phillies are saying, we don't need you early. We're going to hold off on those innings. Now, he's pitching some innings in these minor league games, but he hasn't really gone past 2 innings. They're keeping his pitch counts down pretty low and his innings down pretty low.
It should be interesting. All eyes have been on Painter for quite some time. Hopefully he gets up here sooner than later.
Well, keep this in mind, too. So if you go and look at how many times, let's say Painter gets up here right after the All-Star break, which is about what they've said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So sometime in you go after the All-Star break, you're talking about right around the middle of July, like July 18th is when is when they come out of that break. So every 5th day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he would pitch like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're talking about 10 to 12 starts that he would make. So in those 10 to 12 starts, maybe about 15 starts. So in those 15 starts, is he going to reach that innings limit?
Yeah, I would say so. And it also depends, once again, how many innings does he come into the Phillies organization or, the big club with?
Right. How many innings he has thrown before he gets here?
Right. Exactly. I mean, I think 15 starts, let's call it 15 starts. And he goes 5 innings a start on average. That's 75. So, yeah, I think he's going to be there. He's probably going to enter with about that number, too. It's
going to be interesting. I feel like that story is one of the bigger stories that is going to end up happening as we come down the summer here is when Painter comes up. I brought this up, I think was with you last week. Mm-hmm. Let's just say Painter comes in and he has an impact similar to what Paul Skeens had last year. He's 8-1. He's striking out a guy an inning. Is he in the starting rotation in the playoffs? Or do you just say, no, we're going with Wheeler, we're going with Luzardo, we're going with Sanchez, and we're going with Nola?
Yeah, that's going to be one heck of a conversation and debate if that ends up playing out. in that fashion.
And if
Personally,
you're
look,
if you're
I
Ranger Suarez right now,
Mhm.
you're a free agent, you're hurt, you're pitching. This is going to be your fifth possible rehab assignment. Are you saying, yo, am I in your playoff rotation or what? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to add to, I want Painter. If Painter's going like that, or hypothetical, I want him involved in the playoffs, right? Like if you want to leave him out of the rotation, fine. But guess what? You're throwing the young fella. He's coming out of the bullpen in big games. Like you're going for a World Series. This is it. Like you're not going to just leave some young talented stud, you know, out of the situation, out of this playoff push here. But we'll see.
I agree. And somebody mentioned, hey, Tampa Bay used David Price when he was a rookie as a closer, not coming off Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to keep that in mind. They don't want this guy pitching. First off, he's never pitched out of the bullpen. That's number one. Fine. David Price, he's never pitched out of the bullpen. That's one. Two, this guy is they're handling with kid gloves. You're not going to say close the game out Tuesday, come back and close the game out Wednesday. I just don't see that as an option for them. Not with him coming back from Tommy John surgery. That's just me. I might be wrong, but generally you're not asking a rookie coming off an arm injury, hey, go pitch multiple days in a row, back-to-backs, all that stuff. That's stuff that these guys just aren't used to doing.
Yeah, no, you're right. I would absolutely be shocked if they handled it any other way. But I would like to see the kid involved. That's all. Especially if he's like 8-1 and he's a stud. To your point. But all right, I want to work in one quick topic that we wasn't planning on spending much time on anyway here. But did you see the Halliburton's dad literally go forehead to forehead with Giannis last night after the game?
I did.
Absolutely ridiculous, dude.
How did he get on the court?
That's where I was going. How the heck does he end up on the floor? Like, that is just unacceptable, man. He's lucky he didn't get killed by Giannis.
Yeah, I mean, what would have happened had Giannis, who is 7 foot tall, chiseled, just
Jacked.
blew his doors off?
And Giannis didn't know it was Halliburton's dad. Giannis thought it was a random fan. So the fact that he didn't clock him is a miracle.
So when Halliburton is on the McAfee show, McAfee needs to grill him and be like, yo, what's up with your dad, dude? That is beat.
Beat. I mean, I will
was
say
he?
This.
Oh, Halliburton was on McAfee today. Did he ask him anything about it? Oh, what did he say? All right, now I'm getting news here. I didn't know that. No, I'm saying, did you hear him on McAfee show? Josh told me.
I did see Tyrese. I didn't. I thought Josh was explaining it. I did see Tyrese post game, and he handled it with class. He was like, "My dad cannot be acting like that. I do not condone that. It's unacceptable." So I'm sure he handled it well on McAfee too.
Don't we feel like most of the times when the player has the dad that acts like that, they're totally embarrassed by the dad?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Like that has to.
You're a pro, fear. By the way. You're a pro.
And you just guess what? Tyrese was just rated or voted the most overrated player in the NBA. He just took out Giannis. He took out the championship level team. He had 2 monster plays down the stretch. And instead, the story is about his freaking dad. It stinks.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Be a part of the show. Text in now, 609-403-0973. Got so much more to do this hour, so stick around. We got another Ryer Sigh. We'll see what topics are coming up. So we'll try to see. I didn't hear Halliburton on the Mac. I didn't know he was on. I just randomly said it because I know he's on there from time to time. I didn't know he was on there today. All right, more Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN.
a big personality, and I think
Yes.
after the game he came on the floor to celebrate, and I think that obviously his actions were out of line, and I apologized to Giannis. He apologized to Giannis. He put out a statement apologizing yesterday. I addressed it in media yesterday. It's unfortunate, what happened, and there's no excuses and no place for that.
All right, that was Tyrese Halliburton on the Pat McAfee show today addressing the situation. Now, you said last night he talked about he handled it well. He obviously answered it pretty well there. You're not saying, that was a bad answer. I mean, he handled it about as good as you could. But, hey, Dad, you made me look like an idiot.
I mean, my goodness, talk about embarrassing. That's the only way to handle it. But Tyrese is all class, dude. I respect that kid, especially after winning this series and then handling that nonsense last night. The kid is far from overrated. I don't know if you watched that game. They're down 6 with 30 seconds left. Classic Doc Rivers, by the way. And Tyrese Halliburton made play after play to figure out a way to close that series out and send the Bucks home.
Yeah, I mean, the Bucks team was a disaster, after the Lillard injury, all that stuff. You wonder what's next for Giannis, right? I mean, is he going to finally ask out of there? Is this going to be what we're going to go into this summer where he says, all right, I've had enough? I mean, that will be an interesting offseason for Milwaukee. But other than them winning that championship in 2021, they've had a lot of disappointing endings.
Big time. They've, I think it's 3 or 4 straight years of first-round exits for Milwaukee. It's unacceptable. I do think Giannis is going to request a trade. I do. And maybe Philly gets involved in the sweepstakes. I actually had that on one of my topics. Would you trade Joel Embiid and the number 1 overall pick, hypothetically, for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
It's hard to say no. I mean, now if you have the number 1 pick, you get Cooper Flagg. It's hard to say that you would, because now you're in that situation. You're rolling the dice to see what's behind door number 2, which would be Cooper Flagg, who you all think is going to be pretty good, for a player that you know is going to be really good. That's a hard one.
Giannis is he's a champion, man. You know what you're getting with him. He plays hard. He handles everything the right way. Like, that's the guy you want, dude. That guy is still top 2 in the world. So I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a big Embiid guy. I hate to just, turn the page on Joel Embiid, because I do think that Embiid will be fine. I honestly think that he's going to be okay. I don't know that he's going to play 82 games, but I think he'll be back next year, and the Embiid that we remember.
I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. And the Giannis thing is not even an indictment on Joel Embiid. It's more just about Giannis. But
well, I mean, you're telling me I have the number 1 pick. So now I've got Maxey and Flagg and McCain, and I've got a healthy, hopefully, George and Embiid. Yeah. Is that a better situation than having no Flagg, no Embiid, and I have Giannis and Maxey and McCain and George, I guess?
Short term, I think it is. Yes. Yes, it is. For a year or two, but long term, no. You want Cooper Flagg. You want another cornerstone type of piece if you have the number 1 overall pick. But
I'll tell you what I'm missing. Like, you messaged me last night about how good some of these games were, and I'm missing that. I'm just not into them. The Sixers stripped me of that this year, and I'm angry at them for it. But I'm not going to let my anger cloud my judgment, because I am so disappointed that I'm just not into the playoffs right now, because I have loved debating these playoffs and watching these games and just being so immersed in them for the last 8 years with this run that they've given us, and this is so disappointing.
I know. I understand it. I didn't watch as much ball in the regular season because of exactly that. So I get how you're feeling, but my goodness, dude, just try to force yourself to sit down and watch this Lakers-Timberwolves game tonight. It's going to be awesome. All these games have been unbelievable. You're going to get right on the bandwagon. I'm telling you.
Maybe we'll see. I mean, listen, I got Phillies. I've been really immersed. I mean, the baseball. I'm a baseball guy first and foremost. So watch. I found a new thing. Apple Plus has a feature that is like a kind of like a red zone for baseball. I never knew they had this before. So I've been watching a lot of that. So Chase Petty's pitching tonight. I want to check him out. The Phillies game, I'll be watching that. So, yeah, I've just been very baseballed up. It's funny because, I'm still coaching. and my team has had a bye for like the last 2 weeks. So it's kind of been nice that I've been relaxing without games, but like we're cranking up starting tomorrow. So I'm getting back into it. Like tomorrow I have practice, and it's funny because every night when I leave here, Josh's like, "You have practice tonight? You have baseball?" I'm like, No. He's like, "Are you done? Did you retire?" I'm like, "Actually, we have a bye for the last 2 weeks, so we're actually starting tomorrow night." So I'm not. This is the time of the year where I miss a lot of like the playoffs and stuff.
Why do you have a bye?
5 teams, so somebody gets a bye. Last week nobody played because of Easter.
Right.
And
Okay.
because there's 5 teams in the league, one team has a week off.
Gotcha.
You play 2-game series. So it's like you'll play the same team on twice, so the other team doesn't have anybody to play.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. Listen, I'm excited to see how Petty does. I don't know if I'm going to be watching that live, but I'm going to be following it.
I'll be flipping it on, no doubt. Listen, I coach in the league, and I bring that up because I that's where I met Chase and his father.
Yeah.
The kid would be like 8 years old throwing missiles up against your dugout. And I was like, dude, this 8-year-old kid's like throwing the baseball through my dugout. Like, what's going on here? He's like, yeah, he's going to be a stud. And turns out that he was right. He's been
okay, every other dad ever that said that, and he's
right.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, whatever. But no, you could see at like 8 years old, he had like mechanics and he was throwing gas, and you're like, holy mackerel. And so I knew him at a very young age. He just was always around the baseball field. Always. Him and his brothers were always around the baseball field. And then, he moved away for a little bit. Then when he came back, he was like 15 when he came back. So he played in our league for like a year. And we played a game one night. So it was my team against his team.
Did he play on A-Shore real quick?
He did. When he was 15 years old. I did not coach him on that team. But we played against his team in the regular season. It was a game that we played in Brigantine. I forget who pitched for my team, ironically enough. I can't even think of who pitched for my team. But my pitcher and his pitcher, the game was like 1-0. Like nobody got a hit the whole night. Nobody could make contact, nothing. And it was like amazing. You're watching this 15-year-old kid and you're thinking, this dude's different. Like this is like he's just blowing guys away. Now my guy was pretty good too, but not on the same level. So yeah, he did play A-Shore, which is funny because I didn't coach that team, so I don't remember. But I don't think that team did very good. I don't think they like went deep or far into the tournament with him. But obviously he's worked out and turned. I watched a lot of his high school games. In fact, it's funny. Bob Wankel will be on Friday, and Bob used to coach the Triton team. And I was calling that game when Mainland played Triton. And there was a spot in the game where Petty came to the plate. And Bob probably should have walked him, and he didn't. And the ball is still in orbit.
Still hasn't landed.
Yes. Yes.
My goodness. That's great, man. That's great. While we still have some time here, did you see Shaq is the new general manager of Sacramento State University men's basketball program?
I did see that. Now,
yeah,
these roles are getting hilarious. Where does these schools have the budgets to start just paying random dudes to be like the thing?
Well, his son is playing there, so that's obviously why Shaq decides, okay, I'll go be the GM. But I don't know. It wasn't disclosed what his salary is going to be. Shaq certainly doesn't need the money. But I was saying when I saw that, is there any person you would rather have help you close NIL deals than Shaquille O'Neal? I mean, if you're a kid on that team, you just scored.
Well, listen, for a school of that size, right? Like they're like a nothing burger, but all of these schools are going out. Now, what's his connection to Sacramento State? Why?
Shaq?
Yeah.
His son's playing there.
Okay. Did you say that? I must have missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
So all of these schools have some famous figure or current player that they're trying to get. So now it's an interesting thing to see which current player or high-profile star of the past can get these players to go to their school.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, what's Shaq's role going to be? Like I know he's a businessman. He has a ton of advertising and sponsorships. I get it, dude. I'm not overvaluing that, but overlooking it. But I don't know. I just don't know how much responsibility that role actually entails.
Now, someone texts in and says Shaq's doing it for free.
There you go. It makes sense. Makes sense.
I think these rules are very interesting. It's going to cause even more of the Wild Wild West to become more of the Wild Wild West. The NIL discussion could be a daily 4-hour show. You could just go on for 4 hours every day and talk about how the NIL has either, depending on what your mindset is, elevated college sports or ruined college sports.
I mean, if you're like, think of like Shadur Sanders, right? Like guys that end up leaving with NIL on the table. Like you could go make tens of millions of dollars in college ball. That's my thing. When do these guys start deciding to stay because of it?
That's going to be, an interesting thing is when you are a guy who is doing well in college and where's the line of demarcation of where you might be drafted to where you say, I'm just going to stay in school.
Right, exactly. And if you're an elite player, even I understand Cooper Flag, it's like you got to go, but you also don't. You're at Duke, you're making Final Four runs. I mean, how much is Cooper Flag garnering in the NIL? He can make tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the whole thing in the NBA and in the NFL where these salaries are slotted. You can't negotiate them anymore. They're predetermined in the CBA. So you can't say, hey, I want more. No, you get what your draft slot gets you. So if you can make more than that in the college game, do you just stay there and just, play your 4 years? And it's going to be interesting now because the COVID thing is now past us. So that group of guys, like the 5-year and 6-year guys, they're all gone. So you're back to like, hey, 4-year guys. Now, some guys get injury waivers and stuff like that. But so now you're going to get back to where it's like the things should normalize a little bit here.
I don't know why you wouldn't stay in school. Like, I'll go down to Miami for a year. I'll transfer over to USC. I mean, I'll go utilize my eligibility.
If I was getting paid, like those guys getting paid, right. And if I'm not if I'm a second, like these guys who leave early, they always frustrated me. Hey, I'm entering the draft, and then you're a second-round pick, or you don't even get drafted. Yet you're still, okay, I get it. You're making more money than you probably were when you were in college. But, you're not making it. You're playing overseas or whatever. And those guys make good money too, so.
Yeah, some of them do with the top leagues, absolutely. And it's good ball, but a lot of those leagues are garbage.
Did you know in baseball, so the draft now I think is 20 rounds? It used to be that the draft kept going until all the teams decided they were done.
Oh my goodness.
Right. So like one year I heard a podcast about this today. They were talking about this. The Houston Astros one year had 101 draft picks. They were the only team that drafted from round 75 to 101. Everybody else said, we're done. We don't need any more picks. And Houston kept on picking guys all the way until round 101.
How recent was that?
Not too long ago. They just cut the draft down from however many rounds it was down to 20. Because remember, they got rid of some levels of minor league baseball. They used to have like all these different crazy single A, low, high, blah, 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 all this different things. They made it to where now it's only triple A, double A, high A, low A, and then there's like a rookie ball. So there's only 5 levels now, where before there was like all these ridiculous teams. So they cut the draft down to 20 rounds. But it used to be, if you wanted to draft, you could keep drafting as long as you wanted to.
Where are you putting all those guys? And didn't at one point with baseball, you would draft a guy and they would be back in college playing for a year?
You could get drafted in high school.
Okay.
And if you decide not to go and you go to college, that team, I think, still has your rights for those 2 years. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the other way around. Yes, there are guys who get drafted, and then the team that drafts them, if the guy goes back to college or something. But
I remember watching like the College World Series, and they're like, yeah, this pitcher was drafted last year by the Atlanta Braves. And you're like, what?
Yeah, well, that's because if they get drafted and they elect not like a pitcher, like a high school pitcher, you get drafted out of high school. Like, for instance, Mike Trout, people don't remember this. He did Chase Petty and Mike Trout. Petty was going to go to Florida. Trout was going to East Carolina. They committed to those schools. But when they got drafted, they decided to not go to the schools. So if they would have decided, like if Petty gets drafted and then goes to Florida, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if you get drafted. I think the team owns your rights for those 2 years because you have to play 2 years then before you can enter the draft again.
Sounds right. Sounds about right.
Yeah, they've changed a little bit. Like I said, it used to be you can keep that's how, like, hey, so-and-so says, hey, I got drafted. Well, in the 85th round, they drafted my next-door neighbor. Right. The guy across the street's friend got drafted. Yeah. Some guy I worked with, I got his son, was a bullpen catcher. I got him drafted. Like, that's basically what ended up happening. But they don't do that anymore. There's only 20 rounds.
That's such a baseball. Baseball would do that. Like, yeah, if you want to keep selecting kids, feel free. Just shut the lights out when you're done.
Yeah, right. So I'm pretty sure if you get drafted out of high school and then decide to go to college, actually, I think they lose your rights. Like, in other words, hey, I picked you and you went to the pros or you went to college. I think I've lost you now because they have to play 2 years and then they can
get redrafted.
They get redrafted again. So some guys get drafted multiple times because they got drafted in high school and did not go to the pros. That's what happened to me, right?
Sure, yeah. If you say so.
For my one collegiate day.
I sigh at all of that. That's all.
All right, man. That's it.
Thanks, brother.
All right, there's Ryer Sigh for today on the Sports Bash. Yes, for those of you out there locally, Mainland's Chase Petty will make his Major League debut tonight. It's at 6:40 against the Cardinals. We'll have more, including the Bet365 Play of the Day next. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day as we get you out of here on this Wednesday night. How did we do last night with our Bet365 play of the day, Josh?
Mike, not so good. You had a bit of an inversion going on here because you had Boston and the Magic going under. You had the Pistons and the Knicks going over. And the opposite happened in each.
Bummer.
By the way, the Celtics, they were down at halftime. They just wrecked the Magic.
Yeah, Banchero went out of that game last night, and then it's like when Embiid leaves for the Sixers.
Right.
Bet365 play of the day. I'm going to give you Chase Petty tonight, over 4.5 strikeouts at plus 120. Over 4.5 strikeouts for Chase Petty. He's a strikeout pitcher. No one's seen him up here before, so I'll go Chase Petty over 4.5 strikeouts. Good value, plus 120. He's also plus 300 to get the win tonight. We'll see how many innings they let him go. What's that? I know they're playing an afternoon game, where they played an afternoon game. I don't know what their bullpen, they had to go with the bullpen. But if their bullpen got used up a little bit in game one, maybe he'll go a little deeper in game number 2.
We'll see if I can get my app to work fast enough to check that for you.
Well, that's it for me. I'm out of here. We got game night coming up next. Thanks to my guests today, Mike McGarry, Q Myers, Geoff Mosher. Of course, the Nuggets, as always, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll do it again tomorrow. Fun show tomorrow. Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco will get his recap on the draft class, get his thoughts. You know, he's been doing a lot of draft stuff, of course, leading up to the draft. We'll see what he thinks about this draft class.
Reds lost 6-0. They went through 3 bullpen pitchers.
Okay, well, maybe they're going to need him to go a little deeper in the game tonight. All right, we'll be back again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Don't forget, game night's up next. And we got Lakers T-Wolves tonight at 9:30. Coverage begins on 97.3 ESPN.